Good afternoon and welcome to the April 20th recessed County Board meeting. Arlington County Board is in session with members Garvey, Carantonis, Dorsey, Vice Chair Crystal, and I am Chair Matt DeFranti. Happy to have you with us this afternoon. As we get started, spring is clearly outside, and just a positive note, we have had just 11 cases of COVID-19 in Arlington today. Or yesterday, excuse me, and we are on 2 weeks and counting without any fatalities. So progress and more vaccines, of course, into arms is important. We will go now to a special recognition that Ms. Garvey will start us off with, and it's recognizing Colonel Peoples, who has been serving at Joint Base Henderson Hall, Meyer Henderson Hall, and Ms. Garvey, take it away.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Peoples, if you want to appear briefly, and we'll have a sort of an official picture of you, but it's just great, so great to have you with us. Thank you. As many people in Arlington know, Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall is really an integral part of our community. And the sad part is that the commanders keep changing, and the good part is, I guess, we keep getting good commanders, and I've so enjoyed getting to know you and knowing your predecessors. I look forward to, we all do, getting to know Colonel Bowling, who's coming in next. And I'd like to say we have, our Military and Veterans Advisory Committee and their chair, Joe Simonelli, who also looks forward to getting to know the incoming commander and working with him. So really want to thank you. This went by extra special fast because of COVID. It was really a kind of a quite a year to be commanding anything. And I did enjoy our one interaction early on. We were both getting used to doing these virtual meetings, and I think we're all pretty used to it now. So Colonel Peoples, if you'd like, I will read the proclamation that we have done for you. We will get you a physical copy soon, and then invite you to say any words that you might like to about where you're going. But I would like to read the proclamation first, which is, whereas Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall is located in Arlington, Virginia, and Colonel Kimberly A. Peoples has served as the base commander from April 2018 to May 2021, and has regularly engaged with the community, military, and federal facility partnership. And whereas Colonel Peoples oversaw the Ollie Challenge on the base during the summer of 2019. I have a few pictures there. The first autonomous vehicle on a military base, and that was really a very exciting day. Really enjoyed our time together and seeing the Ollie. And whereas Colonel Peoples, sorry, some of these editorial comments are not part of the proclamation. Excuse me. I'm always making comments. Next, whereas Colonel Peoples worked closely with base personnel and the region in obtaining the Regional Intergovernmental Service Agreement for transportation, demand management, and road supplies and services to Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall. And whereas Arlington County appreciates the leadership of Colonel Peoples for her participation and support in the Community, Military, and Federal Facility Partnership of Northern Virginia in establishing a relationship with the region and the community in response to the diversity, inclusion, and equity during efforts that we had during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Colonel Peoples accomplished all this and led wisely during the first global pandemic in a century. Now, therefore, Matt DeFranti, chair of the Arlington County Board, recognizes Colonel Peoples for her outstanding leadership at Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall to the county and to the community, and commend Colonel Kimberly A. Peoples on her success while at Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall as the commanding officer, and thank her for her service to our county and our nation. So thank you so much. It's been too short a time. Would you like to share with us at all where you're headed next?
Yes. So first, if you don't mind, I would like to thank the chair. I would like to thank the members of the board, thank Arlington County and this wonderful community. I'm humbled today by this recognition, and I am grateful for the continued partnership. I personally represent over 700 proud Garrison employees and 150,000 service members and families, many of whom live in Arlington County and love it. The Garrison team that I represent, they do the hard work, and I'm just proud to be affiliated with them. We want to thank as well Arlington County for our history that dates back to many significant milestones in the path of our nation that continue today. And we proved at 9/11, and we continue to prove through this pandemic that not only is our relationship strong, but it is also reliable and dependable. You're in good hands with my relief. Colonel Dave Bowling is coming. He's a Special Forces officer and already in the chair doing great things. And I am headed back to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and I'm going to, I am an engineer officer, and I get to handle the challenges of both civil works and military construction on behalf of our Army and our nation. So again, thank you all for the time today.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And I know our staffs, they are indeed the ones who do the work, and they're continuing to cooperate and work together. And we really appreciate the relationship we've had and wish you all the best. And please stay in touch.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board member. Thank you, Colonel Peoples, and best of luck. Your service, humility, and genuine warmth as a leader comes right through. So we're very pleased and thank you for your service in our community. Next, we will go, and some may have tuned in. Typically, we receive reports from the county manager after board members, but today we're having a report on a couple of key topics: the police practices group's process, and an update on the recruitment of the chief of police from our county manager. Over to you, Mr. Schwartz. I think you're on mute. Sorry.
First time today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Following the events involving policing and racial justice across the United States last summer, you asked me to form a group that would review police policies and practices. And while the Arlington County Police Department continues to embrace a quality, positive approach to policing, the group, which became known as the Police Practices Group, PPG, was asked to review department practices in certain areas. So the goal of the group was to build upon our current best practices and suggest ways for our police and community to work on something we're calling next practices. So we should have some slides up here. I'm going to ask, thank you, Bryna. If we could go to the next slide, which shows you these are the members of the PPG. There were 15 members that I selected, and you can see their names there, along with, we had 3 ex officio members. And we go on to the next slide. The 15-member police practices group first met in July, and they divided into 4 subcommittees. And you can see the 4 subcommittees here focused on 4 key issues. The first one, the type and approach for a civilian review board. Secondly, the role of our police department in responding to behavioral health crises. Third, our role of our police department in traffic enforcement. And finally, an opportunity for alternative dispute resolution, including restorative justice and mediation. So, the PPG reviewed literature and gathered online feedback from hundreds of county residents. Collectively, the subcommittees held over 60 sessions, which included hosting focus groups with community members, hosting community learning sessions with subject matter experts, and having deliberative committee meetings to discuss what they learned. And that took place mostly from August of 2020 through February of 2021. So the PPG provided over 100 recommendations to me, which included immediate, short-term, and long-term actions. And I'd like to acknowledge that the work of the PPG is going to take a while to realize. So before I go over the specific recommendations of the PPG, I wanted to, as you had asked, brief you and the community on the steps we've taken beginning in 2020 while the PPG work was underway to improve our approach to issues related to criminal justice. So if we can go to the next slide. You'll see here is a list of some of the things that we implemented starting last spring. We've added the police now have an online reporting function in Spanish. Due to the action of the General Assembly and the governor, In July of this past year, we began implementation of the Community Policing Act, and you can see that that act prohibits law enforcement officers from engaging in bias-based policing, and specifically, the data collection that is required under that act for traffic stops includes gathering information based on race, ethnicity, age, and gender, reason for the stop, whether it was a verbal warning, a written citation, or summons, and whether any person was arrested for a violation. It also requires documentation of whether the vehicle was searched. And a lot of what was in the Community Policing Act was discussed by our subcommittee on traffic enforcement. You can also see that our Arlington County Police Department went back and reviewed all their current practices. We did have a duty to intervene, but it had been mixed in with some of our other directives. So we created a separate standalone policy on our duty to intervene. And we reaffirmed the previous policies you can see there that ban chokeholds and strangleholds, required de-escalation, exhausting all possible avenues before a shooting could take place, and reinforced our comprehensive reporting and our use of force policies. So we can go on to the next slide. You can see there, and the board members played a critical role in this, which is that the board gave direction in the spring, and by December of last year, we implemented our body-worn camera program, and those cameras are used in recording all dispatch calls for service, enforcement, and investigations, and they complement the in-car cameras that had already been in place for a number of years. And so in January of this past year, 3 months ago, our chief of police signed on to something called the Northern Virginia Regional Critical Incident Response Team. And this team will help perform criminal investigations with certain critical incidents involving law enforcement. It's an independent investigation on serious uses of police force. And this memorandum of understanding, which our chief signed, was drafted in close consultation with the Commonwealth's attorney. You can see also the board accepted in December 2020 the Restorative Arlington Strategic Plan, which had been worked on out of my office, and that work continues. That lays out a roadmap for the introduction of restorative justice practices in county government, our schools, and our community. So we can go on. Just a reminder on the next slide, we have taken a number of steps in the area of mental health with funding from the board. We have introduced a Children's Regional Crisis Response Team. We've developed the Arlington Recovery Center. We have emergency service clinicians now deployed in our Emergency Communications Center. And you can see, I'm not going to read the rest, but you'll see there's a few other steps that we have taken. And the last one here, we're continuing to work with Virginia Hospital Center on expanding the number of psychiatric beds. One thing, actually, before we flip the slide, and we'll talk a little bit about this later, is that beginning next year, there will be implementation of a federal 988 hotline, which will be an emergency call number for people who find themselves in a mental health crisis. Let's go on to the next slide. So you'll see here that the subcommittees of the PPG began their work, and there, as I mentioned earlier, I think there were about 100 recommendations. So the focus of the first group, the Civilian Review Board, you can see here, was to not whether there would be a Civilian Review Board, but to identify potential models. And they spent a lot of time looking at the models, authority, composition, role, and training. And when looking at all those issues, the subcommittee looked at what role this board should play in relationship to the police department. So if we go on to the next slide. What it is, with all the recommendations that they made, and they covered a range of items, where I have landed and where I will be coming forward to the board in May is proposing that the Civilian Review Board consistent with the recommendations made by the PPG, be a hybrid model of civilian oversight that would include a paid position entitled an auditor monitor. The Civilian Review Board proposed authority would include the ability to receive complaints, review investigations after they've been completed, advise on policies and procedures, issue public reports, and engage with the community. Still spending some time weighing where we might end up on their recommendation that the board have subpoena authority. I had included funding for hiring of the auditor monitor, and I'm proposing that that auditor monitor report to me, and that the county board appoint all the members of the Civilian Review Board, with hopefully a launch in the fall of this year, 2021. And so, as I mentioned, I will be bringing a draft ordinance to the board for the May meeting that will look at all those issues and those authorities that I've laid out. Not included in my recommendation were two suggestions by the Police Practices Group that the Civilian Review Board have independent authority to discipline members of the police department and contemporaneous authority to do independent investigations. So, and also it's my hope this evening that you'll adopt my recommendation to fund the auditor monitor position, for which I've included $125,000 in the budget. And you can see the timeline there I'm proposing for the Civilian Review Board. We would bring the request to advertise next month for adoption in June. The state authority to actually have these boards becomes effective July 1st. And then the board would, over the course of the summer, appoint the Civilian Review Board members. We would go through the process of recruiting and hiring an auditor monitor. And hopefully the board could get underway with its activities sometime in the fall of this year. Okay. So let's move on to the next subgroup on traffic enforcement. The traffic subcommittee's charge was to identify potential models for traffic enforcement that might be effective for Arlington County. Throughout their work, they knew that their work on traffic stops also encompassed driving and walking and biking and distracted and impaired individuals who might be driving, and also reckless driving. And the subcommittee agreed that safety is a top priority, and they focused on several key areas: understanding the reasons for traffic stops, understanding the demographics related to traffic stops, and also exploring alternative enforcement strategies, including engineering and technology solutions. You see, if we go to the next slide, there's a lot of information here. This encompasses all the recommendations that the traffic subcommittee made. Let me walk through some of them. I think the critical ones. For traffic data, they suggested there be a position set aside to do analysis of all the traffic data to discuss those trends that I mentioned earlier. And that position has already been created within the Department of Environmental Services, and that work has already begun. On the middle column there, which is traffic policy, technology, and safety, the fiscal 22 budget I proposed includes funding for unsworn officers for parking enforcement, traffic flow, and other related traffic activities. And I'm also committed to working with the board to advance a request to our legislative delegation to expand the use of red light and speed cameras as recommended by the subcommittee, and also a review of potential additional locations for camera placement. Also, I did want to mention next month, I will be bringing the Vision Zero action plan to the county board. And this effort's been underway for quite a while, and it's been done in partnership with 25 county commissions, committees, and citizen advocacy groups. We've heard from over 1,600 residents. And we've already taken some of the initial steps to establish our street safety improvements. You'll see in the third column, which talks about equity and traffic enforcement, I'm also going to explore with the board about including in our legislative package the option to have traffic-related fees and fines vary based on the ability to pay, and looking at other approaches to fines and enforcement. You see, as I mentioned, these are the positions that I proposed in the budget. I'm hoping you will adopt this evening. I have my fingers crossed on that. And also for Vision Zero, the data analyst position that we've already included as an action on my part. Okay, so if we could go on to the next slide. The subcommittee on mental health and policing. The charge of that subcommittee was to review proactive treatment options, crisis intervention, long-term oversight, and review protocols for work with our police and our mental health experts, and to look at systemic change that would require working across agencies. We're going to focus our immediate actions on advancing some of the services that are listed here on this slide, which include preparing clinicians for co-response, starting a lot of work based on essentially the CAHOOTS model out in Oregon, which would bring a mobile crisis model, establish protocols in our emergency communications center, and maximize the use of alternative transport services for some of our people who are affected by mental health issues, and also use data and on after action reviews, and then also continue our planning over a several-year period for additional steps. Now, my proposed budget for fiscal 22 included proposed funding that came to over $500,000 to improve a number of specific activities. I'm not going to read through all of them here. I think the county board is familiar with most of them, all of them actually, and I'm hoping that you'll act this evening on adding the additional staff, a physician assistant, a psychiatric nurse, an emergency services clinician. And again, these are the first year of a 3-year implementation plan, a lot more to come. And then also the non-personnel funding that we've noted at the bottom of this slide. Now on to the final group, which is the group that looked at alternative disputes and alternative dispute resolution. This subcommittee was charged with identifying potential approaches in lieu of traditional policing. So alternative criminal justice strategies, including alternative dispute methods that I highlighted earlier, which include restorative justice and mediation. They took a look, this subcommittee spent a lot of time emphasizing what I think is really important here, which is the critical role of education and training to try to move away from the culture of calling 911. And, you know, for so many years as our community has been told, see something, say something. And that is an approach that we need to revisit and rethink, and spend a lot of time working on different approaches to that. So let's go on to the next slide. There were some specific recommendations that this subcommittee had. The first one was to repeal a provision that is in the county code that makes it a criminal act to fail to produce identification if asked by a law enforcement officer. So this package of proposals I will bring to you for changes associated with the Civilian Review Board. I'm also going to include a proposal in that package that will propose repealing this provision of the county ordinance. We're also in the process of looking at other provisions in Title 17 of the county ordinance, and I will follow up with additional proposals on that in the future. We have funds set aside for additional call taker training and dispatch training in our emergency communications center. And I would say that the critical issue here, and one of the hardest ones, is how to have conversations with our community about the best way to deal with incidents in our community. And again, the predisposition for everyone to pick up the phone and call 911 in cases perhaps where an alternative might be better. And I also mentioned the hotline that's coming in July. So I ran through this really quickly because there's a lot of material here. You know, the work we're doing here is incredibly important, and it really complements what we have in our high quality police force. I think the work of the PPG was really compelling. They spent a lot of time and a lot of energy working on all these issues and to promote transparency and accountability. And I really want to thank each and every member of the 15 members of the police practices group, which included a wide swath of representation of our community and also 3 members of our police department. So I feel like I haven't caught my breath. I will stop there, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions on any of that material that I covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, for for reviewing those slides and the statements forward on implementation. I'm getting a little bit of feedback. So if folks who are on, if you could put yourself on mute, that'd be great. Thank you. So what I propose to colleagues is just to go around and have brief comments. For me, I'll just lift up a couple. I don't know if you said, Mr. Schwartz, will we be posting that presentation you just did on our police practice group webpage or the home, whatever's the appropriate part of our website?
Yes, I will. And there is, I'm glad you mentioned, there is a separate webpage set up with the recommendations and the full report, which comes to somewhere over 90 pages, which I commend to people to read. It has an extensive bibliography for each of the subcommittees, which could take many hours of your day and week, and I commend it to people.
Great, thanks. I guess the only other thing I'd like to note, and then I do have one question, is that we're starting this process. You had a slide that mentioned in May we'll be considering steps forward, and so for me, and I think it's just, and for us as a community, I think implementing the recommendations is where the rubber hits the road, where our community can get more safe, and so that everyone is feeling safe and is safe in our community. We have had and do have a very safe community. We have steps yet to go further. So the only question I would have, just looking through the report, the 80 plus 90 plus page report, is traffic enforcement. There was a piece there that talked about safety, and it's my impression that at this stage the 6 positions that you're recommending would not be, they wouldn't be doing traffic stops at this stage, but that seems, from what I can understand, to be not ruled out in multiple years down the road, but not at this stage. Do I have that right?
And so the positions that are included in the proposed budget are not sworn officers. In other words, they will not be carrying firearms with them. And I think that this is, it's an interesting policy area. There's an intersection, no pun intended, on traffic enforcement between whether you need armed enforcement or whether you could do some of that work without armed enforcement. Really some of the most difficult situations that arise are during traffic stops, and people who there's a history in the United States of using traffic stops on some occasions, stopping people on a pretextual basis and using that as a way to carry out some unfortunate steps that law enforcement we've seen in other jurisdictions. And I think that there's a lot more work to be done in the country and also in this area and also in Arlington to figure out what's the right balance. We need to have police who are able to interdict cars who are doing really horrible things. But at the same time, there are a number of traffic infractions that could be handled in other ways, whether through traffic cameras. And this additional staff we're adding will be able to, note to people what's the best way to approach how to handle themselves, much more focused on the Vision Zero approaches for people who are using scooters, bicycles, and the intersection, again, of how those people interact with vehicles. So a lot more work to be done in that area. We often hear from our community that we aren't doing enough when it comes to traffic enforcement. And I don't view this as necessarily meaning that we need to write more tickets or arrest more people. I think we need to do more education and work with our community to engage in safe practices.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. Those are the only questions I had, and that helps. There is a lot of detail and a lot of, it's not an easy area, and we want safety to be the result for everyone. And so I'll stop there. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Schwartz, thank you so much for this report. And actually, I believe that you deserve all the credit for having diligently convened the group when the board decided that this was necessary, and I believe that the way the group, the work was done is in many ways very revealing, very exemplary. We see in these. I had a lot of. I got a lot to think when I read through this almost 90 pages. So I have two questions though for now, so that I frame my mind for what comes next, and is the discussion about implementation and adoption of these recommendations. You said about the Civilian Review Board, which I believe is a key element of restoring framing, establishing trust between police and our community, and creating this good accountability nexus between the two. You said that you don't recommend that the Civilian Review Board should have the authority to discipline. And the second thing that you said is that you don't recommend that the Civilian Review Board should have the authority to investigate by its own motion, so to say, by its own right. But does this mean that, for example, only issues that, what would trigger a Civilian Review Board's review if the review board doesn't have its own, cannot trigger it by its own initiative?
So thank you for that question, Mr. Karantonis. There is nothing that is out of bounds from the Civilian Review Board to look at. The question is, when it comes to investigations, given that there are timelines to meet and we have a series of professional investigators within the police department, and we're doing a separate body of work that looks at how those assessments have been done internally, that the Civilian Review Board would have an ability to look at the record that was created during an investigation, review the questions and answers, which are all recorded, and then ask additional follow-up questions after the investigation had gone from beginning to end, and then pose those questions and have additional follow-up done. So just so people understand, there would not be a contemporaneous investigation. There are some Civilian Review Board models where there's a complaint that comes in and that Civilian Review Board goes ahead and creates its own cadre of investigators and then goes ahead and does an investigation. I didn't think that was necessary. It wasn't borne out by the information. I'm never going to foreclose that as a potential future option. I just don't think that that's where we should start. So that was on that. On discipline, I think, again, the Civilian Review Board may want to offer its thoughts about whether a disciplinary action by the police chief was the right one or the wrong one, but the final authority rests with the police chief. And I think that I would expect the board to look at more patterns and approaches to discipline. At the end of the day, it's a very difficult thing for me to support to have an outside group of people involved in disciplining county employees. And I'm going to feel that same way when it comes to collective bargaining too, but I feel like that is one of the primary responsibilities you've placed on me as county manager, and I place on my department heads to be very vigorous about that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swartz. Just to round it up, you mentioned police chief. How is that all the reporting right now informing the search, the ongoing search for the replacement of our police chief?
Yeah, so I'll speak to that in a little bit, but I will tell you that it's my firm expectation. I have made it clear to anyone who's interviewed for the position that they will follow at least all the recommendations I support in the police practices group, and he or she is free to challenge me on those ones that I did not recommend. So, I expect whoever the next police chief is will be walking around with this with a tired and tattered copy of this document in his or her front pocket.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Swartz.
Thank
and
you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis and Mr. Schwartz. I believe it's Ms. Crystal next.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Manager, thank you for this extensive presentation, for convening the group, for engaging with them in formal and informal ways throughout their analysis. My particular thanks to the group, to the leaders who authored this document, who engaged in the extensive conversations. It's hard to believe that a 90-page document is only the tip of an iceberg, but it really is. I am really struck, with the exception of the Civilian Review Board, and let me say I'm really looking forward to some what I think will be difficult but important conversations about that over the next month as we follow the timeline the manager outlined. With the exception of the Civilian Review Board, I am really struck that all of the subcommittees and all of the recommendations came up with something that, at least in my estimation, is actually not about police practices at all. It's about practices to create alternatives to police. And I think that is exactly the right place our community should be headed. I think we have heard from so many members of our community that this is a priority for them, that there be somewhere that they can turn when a loved one is in mental health crisis, that there be someone who can keep them safe as a pedestrian or cyclist who is not armed. And I think this is importantly something we've not only heard from members of our community, but from so many members of our police department as well. This really is an area in terms of the need for alternatives to policing, where those who are skeptical of police and those who serve in uniform have common ground, I believe, which is that police and the use of police power should be reserved for incidents where public safety is under its greatest threat, and that we should be, as a community, finding more appropriate ways to deal with the many things police are often called upon to do. And again, I cannot commend the police practices group highly enough for really drilling down to say, what are the structures, the positions, the practices, the budget priorities, the policy changes that we need to fund, implement, create, pursue, and be accountable for in order to create alternative practices to police. So to that end, the only comment I have, we still have extensive work ahead to implement. I think the headline from our manager's report today, at least as I understand it, is that nearly every one of these recommendations will be implemented in some form or fashion. The challenge, because these are so cross-cutting, is how do we track it, and how do members of our community who are interested in following that work know that county government is doing so. As you talked, Mr. Manager, I counted. I'm just looking at all of the places an interested resident would have to be able to follow. They'd need to be able to follow our Vision Zero plans. They'd need to follow our county budget, including at least the DES budget, the DHS budget, the ACPD budget, the Department of Public Safety, Communications, and Emergency Management budget, our legislative package, a forthcoming standalone ordinance on a civilian review board, Title 17 of the county ordinance, practices and administrative policies within ACPD, Emergency Communication Center, and others. So I think we're going to have a real challenge in how we communicate our progress. I hope the analogy doesn't make anyone involved in this feel demeaned. It's another equally important but very different body of work. But I would point to, at year one of the child care initiative, our team produced a great summary document that highlighted the ordinance changes that have been passed, the practices that have been passed, the work within DES or DHS, and some of the private sector work that it advanced too. And so I think that was a great model of a very high level summary of how a group that similarly, again, very different topic, but similarly made a whole bunch of cross-cutting recommendations across sectors, departments, policy mechanisms. And I think we could maybe learn a lot from that about how we do some high level annual reporting on how this work is all going. Again, thank you to you, Mr. Manager, for the time that you have spent committed to this, and a particular thanks to our residents and especially the leadership of ACPD who participated in the police practices work group.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schwartz. This work often doesn't begin in any real meaningful or earnest way absent a crisis that a community has experienced. And I would like to stand up that Arlington, looked at the national issues and conversation and did the really tough work of saying, we're not going to allow this to happen to us before we begin this important and meaningful engagement. And I think this is really a great body of work to start. There's going to be so much more to be said and to do later. I'll just highlight a couple of things that I feel strongly about and really proud that we're moving forward with. One, the repeal of the failure to ID provision. I think that's just really great work and emblematic of exactly the kind of structural issues that we're looking to overcome, not just within the police department, but within local government overall. Something that is on the books maybe for a different generational period in time that may have made sense then, but no longer makes sense, but can be used as a harsh cudgel in order to put people into a criminally involved situation. The fact we're not going to wait until we get multiple consultants to tell us various perspectives on it. We've identified that it's wrong, and you're looking forward to repealing it. I just like to stand that up as exactly the type of thing that we need to overcome so many structural issues that we see in communities. Next, just a question, because my understanding that also along with this work, you contracted with a consultant to really do a deep dive into internal policies in the police department to align them with known best practices in the industry. And I'd just like to hear a little bit more as to when you expect that output to circulate and what we can look forward to in terms of maybe some new thoughts on training that may be made available for our officers and law enforcement community.
So thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So we have contracted with Hilliard Hines as an outside consultant to look at 6 areas. Those included reviewing our use of force policies to see how they compared with best practice policies, our training and supervision policies, our body-worn camera policies, how we do our recruitment and retention, and also our policies around internal affairs and collecting data. Much to my regret, that report, which I had hoped would have been to us sometime in the fall or early winter, has not arrived. There has been a lot of conversation that I have been able to participate in, but no final report. I can only state this, which is, and I'm beyond eager is the way I will put it for a final report, that there isn't anything that I have heard yet from our consultants that lead me to believe that we can't make adjustments and changes that are consistent with everything that the police practices group talked about. I would be to you I would have been to you a long time ago to say that at least the preliminary analysis had found anything that showed that we were far off not only the average, but we're still among the very best. But there still is, and I await the final version of that report, some work that can be learned from all of that. And I would note that we've also contracted with the same outside consultant to also look beyond policies and to actually, I know the board is going to take up later today a consideration about whether this organization should have access to all our internal affairs files so they can actually do a factual specific analysis. So we're going to do that. So that's an update on that. I think it's unfortunate that I didn't have that final report for you because, as you know, when you don't have information, nature abhors a vacuum and people wonder what the delay was, but I can assure you that there's nothing of substance behind that.
Well, look, whenever it comes, it will be useful and we will incorporate it appropriately. So I wouldn't get too bent out of shape about the timing, frustrating though it may be. But I've also been struck, and I think that that's an important body of work, but as an avid watcher of the proceedings in Minneapolis and the Chauvin trial, I will note that even clearly articulated and well-constructed policies in accordance with best practice don't prevent bad outcomes from occurring. So another thing that I would like to point out is that our, standing up the failure to intervene as a standalone policy, and hopefully there will be robust and ongoing training and reminders of that very critical duty for law enforcement. That to me is how, we make sure to the best extent we can, we protect against the actions of one rogue individual, as it were, is by having a culture of people who understand their broader duties when it comes to intervening when they see something go wrong. So I'll stop pontificating there and just say that I look forward to the rest of this work. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Oh, thank you very much. So I'll try. I mean, this is an exciting time to be at. I don't want to go on too long, but I will say I kind of came of age when those failure to ID laws were put into place. I remember that time. I've seen us as a nation try to sort of address equity issues and not really do a little bit and then fall back. And I am really, really optimistic about where we are. This is just such an exciting time right now for me anyway, having watched what I have in my lifetime. A couple of thoughts. I am struck by a number of the issues that our managers laid out are things that we actually had already done foundations for. So body-worn cameras, we'd already done the research for it. We were actually thinking of moving forward with it so that when that became clear something we needed to do, it was ready to go. Traffic enforcement, as I recollect, that budget that became irrelevant last year actually had some traffic enforcement that were not going to be uniform. So we were moving in that direction. On mental health, we've had crisis intervention teams, which have done so much, but we need to do a lot more. But that foundation has been laid a little bit, a concept about how you should handle mental health. Alternative disputes, Mr. Dorsey, when he was our chair, started our whole equity work, and the manager put in place the restorative justice work we've done so that when that came forward, we had a foundation there too. So I've really been struck by, in many ways, what a good position this community is in as having a foundation to build in on all of these, and how much work there is still to do. We were probably at times getting a little in danger of thinking, well, we're really good because we do this and this and this, and then not examining like we need to. And obviously, the events of the summer of 2020 really made us all realize how much work needs to be done, and started examining things and finding so much. So really appreciate the work of the police practices group. That was an incredibly long effort, and a lot more to go, but they have also provided a really good foundation. And then my final thought is that I have noticed, even when I was on the school board, how often when you focus at trying to work on equity and make something better for a certain group of people, education maybe for our students with learning disabilities, equity issues for our students of color that weren't doing as well. When you do that and look at it, though, usually almost everything you do makes it better for everyone. And I think that's the case here. I think the better enforcement on traffic enforcement, hopefully we'll get more cameras that don't, there's no kind of bias or anything in there. I think that will help. The education that we need to do on alternative disputes and education to get people to stop using 911 at times and think about what they're doing, all of that will benefit the entire community and make it better for everybody. So this is a really exciting time. Just want to say thank you to everybody. Lots more work to do, but an incredibly good foundation. And I'm really, really pleased at where we are now and proud of what we've done, despite the fact that there's a lot more to go. But I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. And we have a second part to this discussion, which Mr. Schwartz will take us to shortly. But big picture, we have listened and we have held the police practices group, and we're saying yes to virtually all pieces of it. And then there will be discussion over the next month and in June regarding the remaining pieces of it. So that's on the big picture of the police practices group. There are some on social media who will like to get it precise. So the number of pages is 80, not 90 for those keeping track in the social media measuring world. So now we will go back to the manager for an update and discussion, I believe, a presentation on the police chief search.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Vacancy announcement for the new police chief was posted at the end of December. Jay Farr left sometime in September, and I told many in the community my goal was to have a new police chief in place this spring. That's still my goal. With me today is Leroy Thompson, who's going to speak in a minute about all the outreach sessions we did in December and January to gauge what Arlingtonians were looking for in a new police chief. Before Mr. Thompson speaks, though, I did want to talk a little bit about some of my thinking at this point in the process, and I'll have more to add on this. And I apologize, if you know me well enough, the voice I least like to hear is my own, but I'll be going on for a few minutes here, so I apologize. In hiring a police chief for Arlington, each and every member of our community should know that the person I hire would be someone who has a profound appreciation for how policing can affect people's lives. Here in Arlington, we have a police force that in literally thousands of interactions each month in small and large ways touch our lives in the community. It happens. And our police officers often meet up with residents, visitors, and those who work here during the most stressful moments of their lives. Much like our firefighters, most of our Arlington residents look to our police with an expectation of, here comes somebody who cares for me and is going to help me in a time of trouble. And that's incredibly important. However, for some, when they see the police, it fills them with some dread. They've lived in communities other than Arlington where some of the police aren't focused necessarily on doing what I just said. Or they've grown up in countries where, police who are armed are really instruments of brutality. So, I've talked to all the candidates for police chief to make sure that they are aware that I'm looking for a chief who understands that, a chief who can understand that our community gains strength from the fact that we have people from all sorts of different backgrounds and diversity and different life experiences. Every person in our community has had a different kind of experiences. Our neighbors are from so many different places, and the way they've been treated is profoundly affected. We have to be upfront about this. It's profoundly affected by the color of their skin and the accent of their voice and their mental and physical condition. And we must be empathetic and make sure that those differences that we hear and experience are things that make us strong. In addition to that, and I think some people would say, well, it goes without saying, our next police chief needs to be held to the highest standards of integrity. Someone who has an ability to think about what's going on and take their actions with grace and understanding. We have to realize and hope that a police officer that stops a person to talk has open eyes and open ears and an open heart to listen to what's going on. I believe our police are a shining example of what makes Arlington wonderful. Over the past year, I've talked with our outside consultants, members of our community, police, family members, friends, members of the department, neighbors, strangers. I sometimes talk to elected officials. And I hear much the same, that our police are respected. And I'm looking for a new police chief that will uphold that level of respect. But I need a chief that can lead a force that will accept all that is new and good in the profession while discarding that which is sometimes tired. I need a chief that has compassion for our community and also has compassion for our officers who are on the front line every day, working with our residents and businesses and visitors. Our police are not perfect. However, they do make sacrifices and are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice to uphold their oath to protect our community. And this past year has been really difficult for our officers. I've talked with many of them, as I know board members have, about, the opinions of some of our officers may vary on the issues of the day. There's never been a harder time for them to do their job. I want a police chief who knows this and will be their strongest advocate when they need it, and a leader that can help them with passion, compassion, and commitment. And I recognize, and I know we're probably in an hour going to hear about the verdict out in Minneapolis, that there are a lot of national conversations going on about our police and the role they should play. And as we've spent a lot of time talking about already today, that 15-member police practices group and the outside consultant we have, as I said in answering Mr. Carantonis' question, the next police chief is going to not only embrace, but understand the underlying reasons that the police practices group reached their recommendations. Every year I get an opportunity to speak a little bit about what my values are, because I propose a budget. There's no more important document that our community has to speak to our values. Over the last 5 years, I've proposed budgets that have tried to increase the pay for our officers so that maybe it'd be easier for them to live in our community. We've invested a lot in the best protective gear. We've invested in a lot of the things that Ms. Garvey talked about, improving the way our police are trained and the practices they have in dealing with those in mental health crisis. I brought forward proposals on funding for body-worn cameras, the best kind of training we can have for our police, and also a lot of training in the area of diversity. So, picking a chief isn't just, we just don't want to pick someone just for the sake of, picking something new and shiny or something old and worn. We want to make sure that our police chief will stand up for working for what is right in our community. And finally, and this is not insignificant, I want a chief that can work with others. No single person can succeed by himself or herself. We need allies. It's, our criminal justice system isn't just our police. It's our Commonwealth's attorney. It's our sheriff. It's our judges. I need a chief who can work with all of those. And we need a community, too, that can work with our chief. I ask the community, whatever I decide for our police chief, that our community work with him or her and our police to make sure that our police perform the best they can, and we praise them when they do well, and we call them out in a polite and professional way, or even more if it's necessary when they do something wrong. So I've lived in Arlington for 36 years. Obviously, I moved here when I was 2 years old, and I got married in this community. I raised my kids here, and I want a chief that was going to embrace all that's good in our community and make it better. So with that short prelude, I'm going to turn it over to Leroy Thompson, who is going to walk you through the summary of all the outreach we did to analyze what the people of Arlington are looking for in a police chief. It's my distinct pleasure to turn it over to you, Leroy.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Appreciate it. There is also a document to share with you as well. It has lots of detail. So what I'll do also is to provide you with just a little bit of context. So next slide, please. You can see there again the overall purpose, and the report does summarize feedback. It also summarizes themes. Part of the context, is exactly what you've just been talking about in terms of how does Arlington fit in terms of, the national scope of this particular issue. Certainly, as was mentioned, the outcome of the trial that's going on and other events are going to shape how you use this context. The other element would be just understanding, the real nuances of law enforcement culture in order to do the incredibly difficult and often dangerous job that is done in any community. It's a very unique and a very distinct culture, as well as having lots of subcultures, many times affected by the rank and the nature of the work that people do. That's also balanced by the way the public responds to law enforcement, which is pretty complex. Across the nation, an officer on any given day is equally apt to be thanked for their services or to be verbally abused for doing the job, in fact, even the right way. And so taking those things into context is pretty critical. And so I'll also give you some context around the outcomes of the surveys as well as focus groups. Next slide, please. So in the context of the document, you can see the various segments. I'll go through all of them, but again, not reading the text to you and not necessarily covering the details, but again, giving you some context for them and a little bit of anecdotal data that will help you interpret the information as you go through it on your own. Thank you. Next slide. So essentially, we basically were able to look at some qualitative information, quantitative data, identifying where the community is at. Essentially, between the online survey and the focus groups that were done, there's a little bit of an overlap. So if you see in terms of the questions on the online survey, a lot of it, again, was an external view, how the police department is perceived, how much change is required in terms of the community's feel to bring the police force to the place they'd like it to be, and also the overlap in terms of current issues that they think need to be dealt with, as well as the kinds of skills and capabilities that a new chief should embody. On the focus group side, we essentially asked the same set of questions to both the police department as well as to community members, dealing with the impact in terms of those opportunities, the kinds of what it would require in terms of a police chief to be successful, and also, again, dovetailing in terms of the kinds of qualities. And you'll see, again, some alignment in certain areas and some gaps in certain areas. And again, here's where the context is most critical. Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of the sources of information between focus groups and community surveys. We also had the opportunity to do some additional survey information. So all told, we had the opportunity to talk to about 620 people. Those numbers are about 30 or so shy. In any of these organizational surveys, regardless of the nature of them, regardless of the organization, there are always going to be people, especially inside the organization, who aren't necessarily really comfortable sharing over Microsoft Teams or any sort of public setting. And especially with community surveys and focus groups, we always offer the opportunity to get in touch with us later on in case any other issues arise. And in this instance, we had a couple things we're able to do. Out of the responses, it was suggested that we reach out to the police union, that there would be a number of line officers, especially who, again, just may not feel comfortable. And so they were actually able to get an additional 100 responses from the union survey. We also had 32 individual conversations. 25 of those were by phone calls, and the other 5 were by emails. Of the additional conversations, 24 were police department members who just wanted to weigh in, add some information. And all told, there were 15 unique responses from inside the department, in addition to the online survey and the focus groups as well. All of the activities went extremely well. When you do this kind of work, you're sort of prepared for reluctance. You're prepared to, to have to really convince people to share, but no difficulty there. It was respectful, it was uplifting, it was very positive, very candid, and again, as I hope you'll see, very insightful. So next slide, please. And then we can actually go to the next slide after this. These are the overall feedback themes. So a little bit of context in terms of what actually stood out in terms of the feedback themes, and this is the interactions with the police department staff. All 10 of those, again, were pretty clear across the board. I would have to say that the left-hand column, diversity concerns, building on successes, and impact on morale were probably the things where you could sense the most energy about. The most number of people, again, weighing in the focus groups, and the most consistency in terms of other information that we received in talking to people afterwards. And again, you can see some of the details there. There's also, if you go to the far column, the national narrative. Lots of concerns, as you would expect, that at that particular time, and certainly as we now move forward, I think we're going to be back into the same setting, where the idea of having to overreact to this notion of a national narrative was on their minds. Again, Arlington has been really fortunate to not only have a very successful community, but also a very successful police department. There is an interesting fact to that you'll also see later, that is sort of one of the unintended consequences of having a community at this high level of interaction and a very low level of incidences that are deemed pretty serious as you compare Arlington to other parts of the country. Next slide, please. These are the overall feedback themes that we get from the community. And so what stands out here at the top of the list would be policing strategy. So especially in the focus groups, as you'll see, very well prepared people, not so much with an agenda at all, but well prepared in terms of their knowledge of policing, and sort of the notion that across the country, and something to be considered also in Arlington, is much of the policing strategy kind of goes back to the war on drugs concept. And so there's sort of a dichotomy, if you will, in policing in general across whether I perceive myself as an officer as a protector, or whether I perceive myself as an enforcer, and again, combinations in between. And so policing strategy was really at the top of the list in terms of the community's feedback. The other thing that really resonated a lot in terms of a lot of energy was data, and the importance of disaggregating data, and also the importance of capturing data that may not necessarily be captured now. And so disaggregation certainly is looking at the notion, at the details of incidences that have occurred, who was involved and what happened. There's also data that was suggested that could also be collected. So for example, the number of arrests or the number of other interactions where it turns out that the conclusion was that there was really nothing here, nothing turned out. Data of that nature to really support better insights in terms of evaluating the effectiveness of the police, and certainly a chief who would support that. And really what was very, very significant also is the second, in the first column, number 2, relationship building. Just the importance of the new chief being someone who is able to build those multifaceted relationships across the community. There was a pretty good number of people from the differently able community in terms of supporting that, a lot of issues around mental health and just the special kinds of concerns. And it also goes back to cultural competence. And I only cite this because this deals with a very, very broad definition of culture. Not just the obvious elements of culture in terms of ethnicity and gender and the like, but again, very crucial cultural distinctions and understanding those nuances and getting a better appreciation of that. And so there was a very significant issue around that. And then in general, just the openness to change. That was the one variable that you will see that was actually pretty common across all of the discussions, whether it was with individuals inside the police department, community surveys, or community focus groups. Next slide, please. And then you can actually go to the slide after that, some insights in terms of the community survey. So these are just some overall statistics in terms of what the feedback was from the community survey. You'll see at the bottom left, the understandable concern that a new police chief really have had some experience that is Arlington-like, that they really do appreciate the difference in a community with the demographics and the history of Arlington. In terms of the at the top, the light blue, this is I would look at the context of this as this really being a huge opportunity when in terms of the survey population, you have about an equal number of people who think that it's going to be relatively easy for a new police chief to understand how to serve Arlington, and another third disagreeing. And there's a third in the middle. And I think the concentration on basically identifying what the people in the middle feel and doing the kinds of things that have been identified, I think creates a really great opportunity for a new police chief in terms of bringing about the kinds of change that everybody concurs that should that should happen. At the top right, the 56%, again, this just echoes a lot of the previous discussion in terms of a general sense of the county having a good reputation for effective policing. Again, a lot of the positive really depends on how much interaction you've actually had. And of course, those who have had less than positive interaction certainly have different feelings about that. But that's also, I think, a very important statistic, that a new chief would take into account. Going down to the middle, the 33%, the idea that a new police chief would not have to make a lot of changes to be successful. And so again, there is a significant opportunity for change. And the issue is what kind of change is really necessary, which again goes back to the initial concern of many of the officers in terms of not necessarily following the national narrative, but being really concerned and very specific about what the particular issues are within Arlington County itself. And so that's just sort of an overall sense in terms of the impact of the community. Next slide, please, and following. These are simply some further indications, breakdowns rather, of the responses to the community survey, and there are 6 different slides that address those particular questions. You can see here that in terms of that effective reputation, it's actually, I think, over 56%. Because if you sort of exclude those who don't know, meaning they haven't had the context to have an opinion, the sense of a good reputation is more like over 60%, which again, I think that is an important inclusion as well. Next slide, please. And you can see here, again, echoed as I did in terms of context, the large number of people who are really concerned that the police chief have some experience with urban communities, both either small or large, and in terms of them appreciating the nature of those communities as well as the diversity that comes along with it. Next slide, please. And here again is the backdrop of a new police chief not needing to make a lot of changes to be successful. And you can see again that bimodal distribution. It's fairly balanced on both ends between folks who disagree, we need a lot of change, and those who say we don't need a lot of change. And a lot of this, again, is the context and the nature of their interactions. There is an awful lot of energy and a lot of positive feedback in the focus groups around some of the specialty programs. And some of the disagreements, again, were more surrounding the bigger picture. Again, what's the strategy? What's the philosophy of law enforcement? What kind of specialized training is going to be required in Arlington to address, again, those specific community needs? Next slide, please. So if you basically look at the highest scoring areas, they're essentially saying very, very similar things. Whether it's embracing a diverse community, the training that officers receive, how arrests are handled, and community relations, it all goes back again to the notion of the idea of relationship building. That the priority again would be for a new chief to have the kind of competence and the kind of insight to make sure that all the dots are connected. So I would almost say it's comfortable to view the highest force, the four highest scoring scores as really connected. Visibility of officers in the community, it would be the next highest scoring item on the survey. A lot of the context of this, and there was a lot of discussion and a lot of energy on both sides, both within the police department, also in terms of the community, of how we factor in the percentage of officers who do not reside in the county. And the issue on both sides is not that is necessarily a huge difficulty, but in order to create more sensitivity on both sides, some strategies around, again, connecting officers to the community. At the same time, you have a number of officers, especially those who've been around for a while, who have outstanding reputations with the community because they spent the time being visible and being known by the community. There is always within, a law enforcement that particular issue in terms of community context and again how well officers are connected to communities in which they serve. Next slide. This are the breakdown in terms of scores around how best to serve the community. And again, you can see the percentages in terms of agreeing and strongly agreeing, really depending, again, on the context. Pretty evenly split if you went back to page 13, which we don't need to do, but just for your own review. If you go back to page 13 of the report, you'll see that it's an even split as well with the notion of making change. So I think you could view those two elements also in context. Those who would believe that significant change would be necessary would be the ones who would disagree that the next police chief would have an easy time. Those who believe that a minimal amount of change might be needed would probably align with those who would think that the new police chief would have a relatively easy time. So I think there's some convergence between those pieces of data, and especially again taking some of the anecdotal information that we got from talking to people offline as well. Next slide, please. These are the list of leadership skills that were given for people to choose from. And again, just as we've been saying, if you look at the bottom three scores, or even the last four scores, from embracing ethnic differences all the way to active listening, again, you're still seeing that incredible priority in terms of concurrence in the community of someone who is able to build relationships. Obviously, again, the relationships that different people are pointing to, are not the same. But there is this notion of developing relationships. There was also a lot of anecdotal data around this question in terms of building relationships with different policing models, and we're talking a lot about that in the public forum these days in terms of community policing, and again other forms of integrative efforts between the police department, human services, and other resources that kind of connect. And this is really kind of a trend in general across the board in human services. The notion of taking what would be termed a more ecological approach, recognizing the areas that people who find themselves law enforcement engage, the places that they touch across a government spectrum, and having all the organizations that they touch develop some common understanding of how to address their particular needs. And so, again, another example in terms of, again, the significant inference in terms of relationship building. Next slide. And again, you can go to the slide after that. So this is feedback in terms of the questions that were raised with the police, and then the same question again in the focus groups that were raised with the community. So you'll see some gaps here. You'll also see some distinctions. And what you see there is a word cloud, and that essentially is part of what is offered here as a sentiment analysis. So going through all the comments, there are a sentiment analysis program that can kind of surface the ideas and issues that are mentioned most often. And that's what you'll see on the following pages. And you can see in terms of that first question, the opportunities that you would see for a new chief to have an impact. And you can see there the aforementioned: increasing morale, instilling change, supporting officers, and demonstrating leadership. Those were the four main sentiments that emerged from the police department responses to that particular question, both in the focus groups, as well as, again, some of the anecdotal data. Next slide, please. So this is the same sentiment analysis that you see from the community. And so there are a couple of gaps here. One gap is, again, not seeing a real connection in terms of relationship building on the department side. But there also are some common issues in terms of the opportunity to instill change. The big issue that is also not felt as clearly by the community is understanding how the current issues that are being faced, as Mr. Schwartz said, have really affected the morale of many of the line officers and staff. Significant issues that they're addressing now, just in terms of the way they feel they're being responded to based on what's going on across the country. And so there's a bit of an overlap here in terms of sentiment, but a big gap in terms of the importance within the Department of Relationship Building and more of a sensitivity, again, by the community in terms of understanding what the officers are going through, and even to a certain extent, understanding exactly what kind of work that they do. Next slide, please. And this is the second question in terms of what advice would you give a new chief that would help them be successful? And this is the internal police department sentiments: listening to officers, supporting officers, engaging more with officers, and also respecting officers. I would have to, comment just in terms of the work that I've done in law enforcement. The culture of law enforcement, again, because of its uniqueness, it does by nature create some of the angst that you see. I would not attribute all of the issues in terms of listening and supporting and engaging and respecting to the way officers are being treated overall. There certainly are, as in any department, in any locale, some internal issues around promotions, some internal issues around bias. Again, this is common to the field. It's what you would expect in most settings. There is an incredible part of law enforcement culture that even under those circumstances, even the officers who are affected by it, what is the priority is, sticking together and getting the work done simply because of the nature of the work that they do. Again, that does not in any way, shape, or form negate or mitigate the real issues that need to be addressed within the department. But I just thought I'd give you a little bit of context. And that context, again, comes from having talked to several of those officers who just wanted to make it clear real issues and concerns around these kinds of difficulties. But at the end of the day, there is a unanimity in getting the work done. So you have a really interesting dynamic there about two things which seem to be contradictory, actually being true at the same time. And again, that's the context of appreciating this unique quality of law enforcement culture. Next slide, please. Community feedback on exactly the same question in terms of the advice that you might give to a new chief. And again, you'll see here that building on successes, there's certainly, as I mentioned, especially in terms of specialty programs, a real understanding of some of the great things that the department should get credit for. The idea, again, of understanding uniqueness of the county, acting on feedback. This goes back to the importance that was surfaced in the focus groups on the importance of data, disaggregation of data around law enforcement actions, as well as looking to capture data that might not be currently a part of it. And again, here is number 4 is where there once again is a fair amount of continuity. The idea that there is the need and the opportunity to embrace change. A lot of the of what also is common is having a chief who, again, has a real vision. Officers want and need a chief who has a vision that really uplifts and embraces the work that they do. And the community wants a police chief who has a vision, for recrafting the way law enforcement is done as is required within the county, and certainly continue to build on the good things that the department has been noted for. So that's the second question and some linkages between the two. Next slide, please. Final question. the most important qualities of a new chief. These kinds of questions, the difficulty with them is simply that leadership, change, integrity, and honesty are fairly generic characteristics. You certainly would assume integrity, you would assume honesty, you would assume leadership. What's going to be important here is to take a very close look, again, at the descriptors underneath. They're much more valuable indicators than just the broad sentiments. And these were ranked in terms of frequency of mention, in terms of the general context. So again, what the guarantee for everyone participating was that we would not add your comments by attribution, but that we would summarize the themes. And so these are not the actual comments that people made, but simply a revised version that captures the thought, and I believe captures it pretty accurately. So in this instance, I certainly would encourage you to look at the fine print, as it were, under those 4 categories in terms of qualities. Next slide, please. I would hold the same thing to be true for community feedback for the most part. Again, all of those are fairly common things: competence, experience. In terms of being empathetic and collaborative, again, this goes right back to some of the other themes that you saw. And so again, there's a pretty good congruence across the board relative to things that people are interested in. And again, especially with empathy and especially with collaborative, again, the fine print there is the most important part of those sentiments, because they do, I think, a much better job of articulating precisely what was meant in terms of those comments. And that is, I think, the sum of it. The next slide is that leading into the appendices, which basically capture the questions that were asked if you have an interest in that. And so I won't go through those because those are, we've actually covered those questions, but that is the material that's in the appendix. So with that, at about 78 RPM, if you go back to those days and you know what that even means, I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you might have about any aspect of the engagement survey information.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Schwartz, for the introduction there and moving us forward. I'll just start with a preliminary comment, and that is just that I would hope, maybe it's for the manager, I'd like to ask that the presentation just presented also be posted online. And we'll do that on the police practices group, and we'll also make sure that it's available so our community can find it. So that's just my preliminary thought. I'll send it to Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Thompson. Really a robust body of work, and I'm just really thrilled to see that the multiple levels of engagement and going deeper and deeper into really eliciting some useful information, which I think this does. So thank you. I can't remember exactly, but I'm curious, back on slide, I think it was 12 or somewhere around slide 12, it were the various, you highlighted some interesting survey responses.
Yeah, slide 12 were the community responses around the type of community that you would want a police chief to have been working in prior to coming to Arlington.
Right. So there was one that noted 33% will not believe that the police chief will have a lot of work to do or something like that.
Oh, that one. Yeah, yeah. I believe that's slide 10. Mm-hmm.
Slide 10. Sorry about that. So was that a binary question, or were there a range of responses and you just gave us the sentiment that got a plurality?
Yeah, it was a Likert scale.
Okay,
went
got
from, strongly agree to strongly disagree, and all in between. So we basically just summarized the extremes of those viewpoints. Yeah.
So thank you very much. Just wanted to make sure, the Likert scale is good. This tells me that this is where the greatest concentration of sentiment was, but I didn't want anybody looking in wondering whether or not that means 2/3 believes that there will need to be a lot of changes to be made.
Yeah, and you should be able to look into the details behind that question and the data that accompanies it.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Certainly, certainly.
I believe Mr. Carantonis next.
No. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was indeed very, very fast paced. I love vinyl. I know how fast 75 RPM is. So I wanted to ask you something very, very simple. Don't you find that in several questions, community responses, that there isn't a for a community like ours that hasn't had the traumatic incidents here of very egregious cases of misconduct, of issues that have been contentious, etc., don't you find it relatively high, a fact worth a flag, that almost half of our residents or responders actually don't think that things have to change, that there is a strong signal that things have to change? I perfectly understand why a lot of residents wouldn't see a reason why things have to change, or would actually be focused on more of an evolutionary change. But I see a strong signal that people say, yes, I believe that things have to change quite a lot, actually. Different scales, but they're on this side of the equation, so to say.
Yes, and I'm glad you asked that question, because I can provide you with some insight into that, and that's what I mentioned as sort of one of the unintended consequences of being in a comparatively safe, comparatively crime-free community. There were lots of comments, especially in the focus groups, that the lack of major concerns in terms of law enforcement actually encourages more focus on the less significant issues. So you'll find that many of the ethnic communities have major concerns over traffic stops. They're not major crime issues, and they become egregious because in so many instances there's really nothing happening. And again, this extends, even beyond ethnic communities. There are some fairly, well-reported instances of Arlington County employees who work at a relatively high level in the government, who happen to come from ethnic groups, have endured the same kinds of issues. And so it's those concerns that people are more concerned about in terms of change. We did 2 sessions that were exclusively built for the Spanish-speaking community, and there's a long, long, long list of what we would consider in the grand scheme of things very small problems, but become egregious just based on the frequency and the sense that they're concentrated on those communities. And so that's where that concern lies, that there are lots of issues that don't necessarily rise to the level of concern about crime, but do have some problems in terms of widening this gap between the sensitivity of the law enforcement professionals and the sensitivity of the community to each other. And that's where I think a lot of the concern is.
Okay, thank you. I yield. That's worth for me to discuss. I think that sensitivity has a lot to do with which communities are policed, who receives policing more than others, right?
Yes, absolutely.
We are not a homogeneous, or policing is not normally distributed across the territory, across the demographic, across basically nothing. So I do believe that we have to go sector by sector and cohort by cohort and see where the issues are.
Yeah, and that goes back, if I could add another connection, that goes back to the data and the disaggregation of data and the collection of data and collecting data that isn't currently collected, that would shed better insight into those, into those differentials between communities and how well they're policed and how much policing and what type.
Thank you for highlighting that. It goes also back to Ms. Crystal's remarks before that. How do we measure success, progress? How do we report? And at the end, how are we holding ourselves, make ourselves available to accountability, which is for me a very important thing. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis and Mr. Thompson, for the thoughtful responses and context. I think Ms. Garvey next.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Thompson, it's so good to see you again.
Likewise.
It's been a while. It's just
yes,
great. And thank you for this great work. I don't know, I don't know how the contract goes, but I may at some point want to just sit down with you and just talk about this rather than, do it in a sort of this very formal setting, because there's so much here and I would love to pick your brain. And to start on that, just one question, I think, Is there anything in here that surprised you? What or what jumps out at you as the main kind of issue?
I guess I wouldn't say anything surprised me, right?
Okay.
Because they are fairly common issues. The difference is degree. I think the thing that really did stand out was what I hope I made more pronounced is the value placed on relationship building and the value placed on data. Those would be the two things I think that have the most impact in terms of the community, number one, and certainly the most impact on actually, making the kinds of changes in Arlington County law enforcement that meet the needs of the community. Because if it's not based on data, then we're likely to miss opportunities as well as to overemphasize problems. So those were the two things I would highlight. But I would say a fairly, a normal reaction to these kinds of issues, especially in a community, like Arlington. So nothing really surprising, though.
No, that in a way that's good to hear. And I was struck by there was one comment on how the new police chief needs to really understand the Arlington community. And I found myself thinking, I'm not sure I understand the Arlington community after over 40 years living here. And that's where the data comes in, as you really showed, because that, we all have our perceptions and our thoughts about what things are and our experiences, but the data really helps surface a lot. So that is absolutely crucial. And then the other thing, which I guess is really relationships as well, I was struck too by how I think both the police groups that were questioned and the community, they all said, show that you care. Show that you care. And that really is what relationships are all about. Absolutely crucial. I know, as you probably are aware, we had built up a system called, community policing, which had our officers out in the community. And then because of budget cuts, that got kind of pulled back. And I always kind of have thought we need to just do more of that. So we'll have to figure it out, because I also know the presence of officers then makes some people uncomfortable. So this is a very dicey situation, but showing that you care is really crucial. And I think we need to figure out how to do that. And I will conclude in talking with our officers sometimes and our community. I think sometimes our officers don't know how much the community truly cares about them. And I don't know that our community often understands how much many of our officers truly care about them. So we just need to work on the communication to do that and pump that up. So again, great to see you, and look forward to maybe talking about this a little more. Thank you.
Likewise, and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
Thanks. Yeah, and to build on that comment, and Ms. Garvey will indulge me being a little pedantic, the reason we withdrew some of the community policing priorities, such as the district teams, wasn't because of budgets, it was because of recruitment and our challenges of keeping the department at full strength. I bring that up only to say these issues that our police surface about morale and retention have a big impact, right, exactly as you were saying, on how our community experiences policing. So, I'm struck, I think, often having gone through quite a few of these recruitments for board appointed or regional board appointed positions. What I am used to is the tension and the sort of dual-sided sword between certain attributes, right? Everyone wants somebody who's both collaborative but decisive. For example, what's really interesting about seeing this research and the reports from our community and our police department is how, at times it's not even implicit, it is explicit that you have pretty competing understandings. But at the same time, and again, to go back to that, community policing foundering on the shoals of inability to recruit and retain, we have constituencies looking at these issues differently, but the perspectives of both, the lived experiences of both, really affect the other. So this is certainly a real challenge. I think, as has been said in this presentation, as I think many members of our community know, ultimately the hiring is an authority that rests with the county manager. I really appreciate the effort he's made to engage the board and the broader community, including via your work, Mr. Thompson. I wondered if you could give us a little bit of insight, and I'd love to hear your recommendations, but also if the manager has anything to add on this, how you recommend a hiring manager, in this case our county manager, incorporate either competing data in general or some of the themes of what you've heard. I mean, are they making their way into interview questions or rubrics for evaluating candidates? What are some of the practical ways you've advised our manager to take some of this feedback and really apply it to the search?
Yeah, so in general, the first place obviously is in those areas that are really critical. It's a part of the interview process in terms of the questions that you ask. And in most instances, it's a question that would almost read like, give me an example of how you have carried out this particular type of behavior. Not whether or not you consider yourself one or the other, because you're going to get a pretty good answer to that. It's also, I think, in whatever reference checking is done, especially reference checking that would be from either neutral or honestly critical sources in terms of has this person actually demonstrated these kinds of characteristics. The other thing about the conflicting data, and that's why I mentioned the check marks, is it's really a matter of how you do it and how you want to define it, right? So collaborative decision making in this context wouldn't necessarily mean not being decisive, but it would mean that the police chief would make the best effort possible to engage inputs from those who are going to be affected by the ultimate decision, with no real promise that your input is going to be followed, because ultimately it's on my shoulders, in that position to make the decision, but to make it clear that I have taken the time to gather input. The same thing is true with relationship building. I mean, some of the most important relationship building, especially by a police chief, especially by the next two levels in a police department, is simply being visiting the community, having a reputation for attending community events and just being present, not necessarily having anything profound to say or to do anything that has anything to do with law enforcement, but just to be a face and a voice that people get used to. So even in this conflicting information, I think the thing that you want to do is to implement the solution incrementally, because it's going to be hard to do it full force all at once. It's just too much to happen, but to incrementally. I mean, for example, within the Spanish-speaking community, just the idea of getting to know the police chief and having the police chief let them understand how they approach policing, their sensitivity to the backgrounds and the struggles that the people who live in Arlington have had, who come from immigrant communities, that's huge. That's just such an important step to take. So it's a matter of taking an incremental approach as opposed to expecting that you kind of get it all at once. Those are the things that I would offer, which seem to work best in this area, and to me are essential with the degree of sensitivity that we are still going to have around this particular topic. That would be, from an external standpoint, my input on that.
Thank you so much. One of the phrases I've heard community members share with us about this is that they don't want it to be a black box, how their feedback is affecting the selection of the next police chief. So I really appreciate your sharing those examples. Mm-hmm. Our manager has not magically appeared on the screen, so I'm just going to take it to assume he's implementing all of your tactical recommendations. Thank you.
Oh, there it is. Got it. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. The head nod for the record. And thank you, Ms. Crystal and Mr. Thompson for the dialogue and the conversation. All colleagues have, I just want to reiterate, thanks for the work. There is a lot in the slides. You did mention 78 RPM. You moved quickly.
Yes.
So there's some absorbing that I'll want to do and just really appreciate it. I am mindful that there's more to do, but just your comments helped make the slide deck come alive with your experience. So just really appreciate that. It's I want to look at the slides 20 and 21 were of particular interest to me. The point about morale resonated. The conversation about traffic stops and use of force, I see those as different, areas in Arlington. And then, I'm struck by how this is, I want to do a little more thinking about how I think there's some benefits to doing virtual, and then there's some benefits that we couldn't quite access because of in-person and COVID. But that's all a kind of a long-winded way of saying thank you so much. Want to look at it a little bit more, and I suspect there will be follow-up, keeping in mind, of course, the appropriate, the just simple reality that the hiring entity is the county manager, and the board is fully engaged on the process, but hiring is the county manager. So thank you, Mr. Thompson. And
thank you much.
very much. Really appreciate it. All of us do. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Have a great evening.
You too. So now, colleagues, we will proceed with, I'll do a quick chair's report unless the manager magically appears and has concluding thoughts, and he has not. So I'll go to the chair's report, and I just have a very quick update. And then actually, I want to start with this with a resolution, if you don't mind, Madam Clerk. Sorry to pump fake there, but I want to start with a resolution recognizing some of our staff who have done have been working very hard for us, and it is we have a resolution that is about telecommunications, public safety telecommunications workers week for today. Excuse me, I'll get to the proclamation, but I just want to preface it by saying, so that folks know, we have over 900 individuals who help as public safety dispatchers, and those dispatchers are significant majority women and a majority of color. And so that is, I think, pertinent, but not, of course, dispositive to the work that we have been just thinking about with our police practices group. When you call 911, it's important to not have assumptions about, in any direction, about who you're calling. And so I'll just proceed with the proclamation. We have a couple recitals. Thanks for bearing with me. Whereas the public safety dispatchers of the Arlington County Emergency Communications Center, who process on average over 450,000 telephone calls per year, are the first and most critical contact that our citizens have with Arlington's emergency services. And whereas these dispatchers are the vital link to those calling for help and to police officers, firefighters, paramedics, and sheriff's deputies. And whereas dispatchers monitor emergency personnel activities by radio and telephone and provide them with life-saving information to ensure their safety. And whereas the safety of our police officers, firefighters, paramedics, and sheriff's deputies depends on the accuracy of information obtained by all emergency communication technicians, from whom the citizens who telephone the Arlington County Emergency Communications Center. And whereas the public safety dispatchers of the Arlington County Emergency Communications Center have contributed significantly to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fire, and the treatment of patients in life-threatening situations. And whereas each telecommunicator, the unseen individual providing a calm voice when emergencies arise, exhibits compassion, empathy, and professionalism, keeping our county and citizens safe. Now, therefore, I, Matt DeFranti, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim April 11th to 17th, 2021 as Public Safety Telecommunications Week in Arlington County, and urge all citizens to honor the employees of the Emergency Communications Center and recognize them for their diligence and professionalism in helping our county, its citizens, and employees and visitors stay safe. That was raised up by Aaron Miller, Dr. Aaron Miller, our lead of our emergency communications staff. And I just think it's important to recognize the individuals seeking to do their very best, while also knowing that nothing is perfect, but we recognize the individuals working so hard in this area. Now, Madam Clerk, I would love to, Kendra, Ms. Jacobs, if you could take to a quick update. I just have really 2 slides. This is just to remind you that I continue to be pretty focused on hunger. I was at AFAC earlier today, and the next slide talks about the updates over the last month. So the Food Security Task Force is, we have the members. I am so excited about this. I've been talking about it for some time, but it's either Thursday or Friday. We will announce the members, and we will have our first meeting next Monday. We also have just mentioned Real Food for Kids, who help serve so many Arlingtonians, and AFAC are continuing to work. AFAC has, I was actually saw the construction on the new warehouse building, and then Our Lady Queen of Peace and so many others continue to work to help both with food security and as part of our complete vaccination committee. So that is my update. Mindful that we have had a good discussion. We'll now go to board member reports, and I believe we will start with Ms. Crystal on Sexual Assault Prevention and Awareness Month.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a proclamation to read and a slide to accompany it. And I think what is helpful about the slide is that it reminds our community of some programming and how they can get involved. Great. So we take this occasion, as we try to do most years, to recognize what used to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month, or excuse me, yes, Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and has now become Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month, which seems appropriate for a lot of our community's efforts. A couple of highlights from the proclamation is that this is a month that calls attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and impacts every person in our community, and that our vision for Arlington County is one in which we have a peaceful and respectful community where diversity is celebrated, violence is not tolerated, and all people are empowered to build healthy relationships free from the fear or threat of all forms of domestic and sexual violence, and that we are, therefore, as a community, dedicated to addressing the issue of sexual violence, ensuring that perpetrators are held accountable and that those who are impacted by it are offered timely and appropriate support services. And that these issues that we are raising awareness of and seeking to prevent this month are serious crimes that affect people of all races, ages, genders, sexual orientations, and income levels in our community. And that we know that young people in particular in our community are impacted, as seen by the statistics, for example, that 50% of 8th, 10th, and 12th grade Arlington Public Schools female students have experienced sexual harassment at school. 20% have been sexually assaulted by a dating partner. And finally, whereas Arlington Sexual Assault Response Team and Project Peace, our interagency coordinated response to domestic violence, seeks to work collaboratively to support joint response policies and ensure a consistent and coordinated approach to those who have experienced sexual assault. That includes the 24/7 crisis hotline, police and medical assistance, ongoing mental health, and legal and housing supports. Given all of these things, now therefore our chair has proclaimed April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. And I know that he and all of us on the board urge our residents to learn more about preventing sexual violence and to show support for the many organizations, agencies, and individuals in our community who advocate, provide service, and provide assistance to victims and survivors. Those interested in showing support can do that through a number of ways, all online this year. Project Peace has been offering these events throughout April. The focus this year really has been about building consent into virtual interactions, as well as creating respectful online communities, talking about how we support survivors, especially in this online era that can be so isolating, and many more. A couple of highlights this week, it will focus on sexual violence in prisons and the Prison Rape Elimination Act and how it's enforced here locally. And on the 29th, I hope others will join me for a program on the faces of disclosure, what survivors look like in our community and what they're experiencing. This is a great opportunity as I close to say thank you to the partner agencies of Project Peace. They are too numerous to count, but we did recently update our blueprint. And if people want to visit that Project Peace link, you can see exactly how extensively Arlington is working in a cross-sector, interagency, and truly coalition-based way to raise awareness, improve prevention, and ultimately to ensure that every survivor is treated with dignity and the supports that he or she needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, very much. Very powerful and important issue we all share commitment to, continuing to work on. Ms. Garvey, I believe you are next with the next topic for us.
I believe I am. Thank you. And so I actually have the pleasure of talking about the 2019 and 2020 notable tree winners. So we have had a lot of heavy topics we've been talking, and we're going to continue, but we're going to take a little biophilia break and do a little forest bathing, I think it's called. Got lots of pretty pictures, and I'll try to keep it moving because I know we're tight on time, but I always think this is one of the coolest things that we actually recognize trees. I think it's really cool. So today we are recognizing some of the most notable trees in Arlington County, and these memorable trees provide us with shade, as we all know, clean the air. They clean the water, they provide a wildlife habitat and help support the beauty of our community. And of course, they're all blooming now. Some of us have allergies, which can make a little bit of a downside there, but they are absolutely gorgeous. Next slide, please. Since 1987, and here we've got, I think you can read some of this, the county residents have been nominating, the residents ourselves nominate local trees for the designation, and there are a variety of criteria, which include size, age, species, or historic or community significance. The Forestry and Natural Resources Commission makes the final decision for notable trees, and I'm the liaison this year, so that's why I get to do this presentation. More than 350 trees, as it says here, have been recognized, and a couple of examples here were recognized in the 1980s as notable trees, and since the 80s, they're still with us today. The nice thing about trees is they tend to last a long time and remind us that there's a lot going on besides the daily troubles that we are in. Next slide, please, number 3. And this one is, there's a sourwood nominated in 1988 for its exceptional size and its particular brilliance in the fall. And I think the other one is, next one is an American elm. Yeah. And that provides shade for over half of the lot there and makes for comfortable living in the summer and helps reduce energy bills. All right, so the next slide, and we've got some highlights of the trees recognized by the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission for 2019 and 2020, notable trees. Even the trees had to take a break during the pandemic, so we're getting 2 years in one here. Okay, so in 2019, we recognized a pecan, a northern red oak, tulip tree, a Shumard oak, Norway spruce, a white pine, and a white oak, and they were all recognized for their exceptional size. Next slide. Also recognized in 2019 are 3 willow oaks and a white oak. I don't know if any of those willow oaks are in Fairlington where I live, but we have lots of gorgeous willow oaks here. Next slide, please. So for 2020, notable trees include a red maple, a red oak, a dawn redwood, a white oak, and a willow oak. And next slide, congratulations. There we go to our 2019 and 2020 notable tree winners. So I want to add that the Notable Tree Program is just one of many programs that Arlington has developed to support trees. And just last week, I think as my colleagues know, the Department of Parks and Recreation rolled out a new Adopt a Tree program. And this is to enable residents to apply online to adopt trees on public property to help them thrive during abnormally dry periods, as experienced in the last decade. And of course, we get heavy rainstorms, but sometimes we have long droughts in between, and it's important to keep the trees watered. This augments the county's current program, which right now we only water trees newly planted for 2 years, and sometimes they need a little bit more help than that. We've also posted a lot of frequently asked tree questions to help the community find answers on topics ranging from tree care to tree removal. So, award winners, I think we have a few more slides here. We have, let's see, do we have some more? Maybe we don't. Apologies, that's what keeps going. I will read off really quickly the ones we have. There's a black gum at 6th Street South, a dawn redwood owned by John Capps, a northern red oak at 3309 23rd Street North. The northern red oak is owned by Lawrence McKenney. And there is also an oak owned by Scott Pietan. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly how to pronounce the name. Another long list, which I will not read all through here, but we also have a water oak owned by Patricia Teutsch and John Mallarich. And we have mulberry owned by Steve and Lisa Hodgkins. I think Liza Hodgkins, that name should ring a bell to all of us. And there's been a white oak nominated by Rosamunda Osgo. So I think those are all of the ones. One more, a willow oak owned by Barry Gale. And there are a lot of other trees listed, including a tulip tree at Fort C.F. Smith, which is a gorgeous space, and also a Yoshino cherry at 1537 Key Boulevard. So there's a list. I don't know if we'll be putting them online. I'm sure we can provide them for people that would be interested in knowing. And I hope everybody enjoys our beautiful trees because they do a lot for us here in their own quiet tree-like way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Now to Mr. Karantonis for 2 reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. not very remote from trees who are a part of our healthy living in Arlington. It's April is National Minority Health Month. The Department of Health and Human Services is asking this year all national, state, and local partners to focus on the impact, it's not surprising, on the impact of COVID-19 on racial and ethnic minorities and the American Indian and Alaska Native communities. So in this this month, we recognize the needs for the communities that are at highest risk, that are most exposed to get vaccinated, especially as more vaccines become available right now. This month, we encourage individuals and communities throughout the month of April to share why they're vaccine ready. It's critical to support and help vulnerable communities get the facts out about COVID-19 vaccines, share accurate vaccine information, participate in clinical trials where they are available, get vaccinated when the time comes, and proactively practice COVID-19 safety measures, as this is very important still. It's even more critical to enlist in the collective effort to enhance access to vaccines for our vulnerable and marginalized communities. This is true for the entire nation as it is true for Arlington. Next slide, please. So here are a few bullets on how racial and ethnic minority communities can ensure that they are vaccine ready. Understand how the vaccines work and that they're really effective, safe and effective. Learn about what to expect after getting the vaccine. Check with the healthcare providers whether if there are concerns about side effects and other issues. Pre-register and know how to use registration portals, and like we have here also vaccinefinder.org, and get the vaccine when it's the turn. And for all here in Arlington, we do still have the COVID-19 information in the special COVID portal of Arlington County. And there is still a hotline, the 703-228-7999, which is a real help especially for those who have difficulties to access information in a different way. So a slide, please. So, and I wanted also to take advantage of the opportunity to render a different tribute to a different dimension of how minority communities have contributed to the COVID-19 response. We know that many of our immigrant citizens, residents, are healthcare providers. They are first-line workers, first responders. To those, really thank you for all the very hard work they have been doing throughout the entire time under COVID, and the work that they're continuing to do. So thank you for that. So that was the report on the Minority Health Month. And the other thing, yes. That's correct. I think the slides are correct. So the other very important, almost global event, and is Earth Month. April 22nd, tomorrow, is Earth Day. It's arguably the largest civic event on the planet, and for a very good and pressing reason, the global climate emergency, of course. If it's no coincidence that this year's Earth Day hashtag is Restore Our Earth, which has a multi-layered meaning during COVID, and still, as we still are, living through a devastating pandemic around the globe. Here at home, the Metropolitan Council of Governments invite us to celebrate Earth Month with a regional focus that is summarized in the phrase, get outside. There is no better place to reflect on the challenges, but also to celebrate the progress that our region has made in improving our environment. It's no better place than to get outside and really enjoy this fantastic spring and reflect on what the environment means to us and what it means to our communities. So this is the moment to think about how we prioritize our climate energy goals, how we can contribute to improve our air, to support and preserve local agriculture, and raise awareness about our streams, our rivers, our natural resources, the Chesapeake Bay, and much more. Here on the slide, there are 3 practical suggestions. The first is to explore local parks and trails. This is an invitation to everybody to get out and get to these wonderful assets and walk them or explore them by bicycle if you can. My personal favorites are Windy Run Park and Potomac Overlook Park, Zachary Taylor, Gulf Branch, or the spur strings of park assets that are along the 4 Mile Run and along the Potomac River. This is really the best time to visit them right now. The second proposal is to get to know local agriculture. And this begins actually by visiting our farmers markets. Many farmers welcome guests and visitors in their farms where they are producing. This is a fantastic opportunity. It is mostly a very safe opportunity to see and to engage with the farm to table philosophy, and it's always worth exploring that. And the third one, and it's always a standard slide when we talk about Earth Day, is reduce waste and recycle. We are still a community that has made a lot of progress there, but we are still not yet there to comply completely with the 3 R's: the reuse, reduce, and recycle. So this spring, you will find residents will find a lot of opportunities to volunteer to clean streams, to parks and neighborhoods, and it's also a good moment to encourage neighbors to do the same. Next slide, please. So this is a slide about what Arlington does to celebrate Earth Month. There is a ton of eco-friendly and family-friendly activities. There is a website for this, environment.arlingtonva.us/calendar. There is a long list of opportunities there. And then there is also parks.arlingtonva.us, where not only you can explore and find park facilities that you haven't, that somebody hasn't visited yet, but also there is the opportunity to learn something about the issues that are so important around the environment. Like, for example, if you're worried about the cicadas that will be coming at some point soon as the weather gets warmer. But even if you want to engage in the discussion about the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan, the invasive plant removal, about native plants, trees, and other issues that have to do with our natural environment. So last slide. So, and I wanted to close with that. I added this graphic just to add context to this year's Earth Month. This is the color of the stripes indicates the degree of temperature anomaly over average temperature. So the red stripes show the year has had a warmer than average temperatures, and the blue stripes show that they are the cooler years. As you see, as we are progressing, it gets hotter and hotter, and this provokes a lot of climate impacts. This is exactly what is in our minds when we talk about climate emergency and the need to respond to that with the maximum urgency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for both reports. And now we have a couple of charter updates, and we will actually start, I believe, Mr. Karantonis, you may have one for our Tenant Landlord Commission. Is that?
As you wish, we can start with the Tenant Landlord Commission.
Okay.
In its, let me maybe the Madam Clerk can pull up the the language that we want to change in the charter. In short, the Tenant Landlord Commission that has 9 members today, has 3 members under the category of tenants, 3 members under the category of landlords, and 3 members under the general interest category. In their last meeting, and after a lot of deliberation, the commission is requesting that we amend the charter to add 2 additional members, 1 for each of the main categories, landlord and tenant. This will invite new voices in the commission, will enhance the ability to represent. Here you can see that. Here you can see the proposed changes. Will enhance the width, the ability of the commission to incorporate new voices, to hear from different types of landlords, maybe smaller landlords, and also to have tenants represented that are not represented today, such as lower income tenants. I think this is a very good addition and a very good enhancement, a very reasonable request. And I ask the commission is asking us to approve that change in their charter.
Thank you, Mr.
And I am
Cantonis.
supportive of that change.
Thank you. Unless I see hands for discussion, I think most of us be inclined to support. Certainly for myself, we've spent time over the past 15 months really focusing on eviction prevention, and we also know we've worked with our landlords through the state to help address some of the issues in decreased income that they're seeing too. So I'm inclined to support. And so do I take it, Mr. Karantonis, that you would like to move?
Yes, I move to approve the amendment as presented, the amendment of the charter of the Tenant Landlord Commission as presented.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, unless there's discussion, we'll go ahead and call for a vote. We'll start with Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranti also votes aye. The additions as requested by our Tenant Landlord Commission have been approved. Next, we'll turn to Mr. Dorsey for a charter amendment, I believe the Audit Committee. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Feel like a weight has been lifted, but we'll get to that later. I will say that for our Audit Committee, Mr. Karantonis and I serve as co-chairs of that committee, and precipitating a charge that he will introduce in a moment. At the end of last year, we did a recruitment for new members of the Audit Committee due to the fact that we had some people who were founding members who we were looked to rotate off in accordance with our policy of providing opportunities for more Arlingtonians. To our pleasant surprise, we got a lot of expressions of interest and a lot of great candidates, and we had the unfortunate task of trying to choose among those great candidates for a limited number of slots. But we do have 2 who will be on our appointment list later, and I just wanted to highlight that they bring some really exciting competencies to the Audit Committee. One has a background in quality assurance and performance auditing. The other, deep background in all manner of financial systems and operations, and also a particular expertise in risk management. They will be joining returning member John Bystat, who was, as a board member, a founding force behind the Audit Committee, as well as our designee and representative from the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, Brian Sigrist. So with that comes the need to actually effectuate some charter changes, since the size of the committee needed to be adjusted. So for that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Karantonis.
Yes, and probably
Mr. Karantonis and Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Dorsey, thank you for being so professional. I was not looking at the website, but I'll ask colleagues if we can we've just found a guilty verdict in the Chauvin case, and so can we come back to the audit and take a brief recess, please? I've never seen quite professionalism like that, Mr. Dorsey, in the midst of it. But colleagues, I'll go ahead and recommend that we take a 10 or 15 minutes, 15-minute recess, and we'll be back at 5:25. And we are, I'll go ahead and use the gavel. We're in recess till 5:25.
Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Arlington County Board back in session. Just a few minutes ago, while we were working on a audit committee charter, Mr. Dorsey said simply, "I feel like a weight has been lifted." And that just sums up a lot of it. And all of us will have different reactions, but a verdict has been reached in the Derek Chauvin case. And I would like to read a statement on behalf of the board that we will send out shortly in writing. And all of us are summarized some of our thoughts in this statement. The Arlington County Board commends the Minneapolis jurors for returning a guilty verdict in the Derek Chauvin murder trial and joins others around the nation in relief. The shocking video of George Floyd's death at the hands of Chauvin while other officers stood by and failed to intervene showed the disregard for and devaluing of Black lives that is too common. The board hopes that today's verdict is a step forward in dismantling the systemic racism that pervades life throughout our nation. We know that Arlington is not exempt from this racism and its impacts, and we renew our commitment to addressing those inequities and creating a culture of caring and respect. We are proud to live in a vibrant, diverse, and inclusive community that champions human and civil rights. And while we know there is more work to be done, we are inspired by the efforts of Arlington community members and leaders who strengthen us as a whole. With that, we will certainly, if there's board members have specific thoughts at the moment, certainly take a moment to hear them. I would also, as we are mindful of the systemic racism we have as a nation and as a Commonwealth and as a community still to work on, I would note that thinking of individuals in group terms also applies to all of the groups that seek to serve our community. And so we have to value our diversity. We also have to remember that our public safety officers are trying to keep us safe in addition. And perhaps I'll leave it there. But colleagues, if you have additional thoughts, happy to listen. It's pretty overwhelming, I'm sure, for all of us. So with that, there's no good transition at all possible back to important work, but very different. I think we were just concluding our work on our audit committee. And Mr. Karantonis, I think Mr. Dorsey had just shared this, the space with you to talk a little bit about your thoughts on the proposed charter changes to our audit committee.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It's very awkward to have to resume, right? But we will do, and we will find more time at some later point to recompose and to think about what happened just about a few minutes ago. Madam Clerk, if you can pull up the language, because this is the whole point of showing what kind of changes are proposed here. There is a annotated, marked up section. I believe it's page 6. This is exactly that. So Mr. Dorsey has explained the fact that we had 2 excellent candidates, and that it is also a moment to enhance a little bit the spectrum of competences of the audit committee. And for that reason, we have to make a technical adjustment here in the charter. So in the middle of the paragraph, you see that the audit committee consists of 2 county board members, currently Mr. Dorsey and myself, who serve as co-chairs, 3 resident members, the county manager, and the director of the Department of Management and Finance. Resident member appointments will be for a 2-year term. They will be staggered so that no more than 2 terms expire in a single year. And except in rare circumstances, this is a possibility because sometimes we have exceptional, or not sometimes, we have had until now exceptional talent in this committee. Resident members are limited to 6 years on the audit committee, so 3 terms. At the end, the last phrase, the last sentence is, in addition to these 3 resident members, the board will appoint a member to the audit committee from the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission. This has been until now the case as well. So this is a this repeats, who will serve in an ex officio role, but will have, in this case, voting rights. So these are the changes that are pursued right now and proposed, and I believe that they will just improve the way the committee works right now, include more and more broader and more diverse voices, and will just improve the way the committee advises the county board on everything that is on its work plan, which is really to look at how our government works, where the risks is, and where the operational, reputational, and other risks reside, and how best they can be mitigated, and how best our government can be advised to work to improve governance in the county. So this is basically it, and technically, I will move to amend the charter of the audit committee as presented first.
Second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karantonis, for the motion and Mr. Dorsey for the second. I don't see hands for discussion. Thank you for the work on this, both of you, and we'll go ahead and call for a vote. We'll start with Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
And Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. The motion passes 5-0. We have amended our audit committee
And now we can proceed. Yeah.
To move us forward.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Karantonis, sorry.
Now we can proceed to with the 2 nominations that we have. Mr. Dorsey can.
Well, those are actually a part of our appointments that Mr. DeFerranti will enter into a motion. So.
Oh yeah. Yes. Okay. I forgot that.
No problem, Mr. Karantonis, and my apologies for not moving us along. We will now move, and I will make a motion with respect to our appointments. We have several appointments to make, so if you all would just bear with me as I read the appointments. We'll start, as Mr. Karantonis foreshadowed, with the Audit Committee. I move that we appoint Sonia Salinas for a term ending January 31st, 2023 to the Audit Committee. Also, Bill Wiggins for a term ending that same date, January 31st, 2023. And we reappoint Brian Segrets for a term ending January 31st, 2023. I also move, same motion, to the Board of Equalization that we reappoint Kenneth Matson for a term ending on December 31st, 2021. To the Economic Development Commission, we appoint Larry Smith for a term ending on March 31st, 2024. We appoint Sid Manser for a term ending on the same date. To the Human Rights Commission, we reappoint Helen Ann Connolly for a term ending March 31st, 2024. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, we appoint Alistair Watson for a term ending on April 30th, 2024. And to the Commission on the Status of Women, we reappoint Marguerite Gluter for a term ending February 29th, 2024. That is the motion with respect to appointments. It does not require a second. Then, and I will go ahead and ask the clerk if she will call the roll in this case, please.
Mr. DeFerranti,
Aye.
Ms. Crystal,
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey,
Aye.
Ms. Garvey,
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. And so the motion with respect to our appointments passes by a vote of 5-0. Thanks for stepping in there, Madam Clerk. Appreciate that. And now we will go to regional reports. And I believe Mr. Dorsey has a report from the Council of Governments. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, I'll just follow up on something that I brought up some months ago, and that is COG's consideration of a resolution in support of DC becoming the 51st state for our union. The task force that I co-chaired concluded its work, presented to COG a resolution that in the resolve section called for Congress to make DC the 51st state without delay. There's lots of different background if you're interested in how we arrived at that conclusion and all of the benefits that would accrue not only to the residents of the district, but also to the region. And I'm pleased to report that with unanimous support, that resolution passed. We forwarded the content of it and offered availability to Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Schumer, and I'll keep you apprised, even though I'm sure the news will keep us well apprised as to how it develops.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for the ongoing work, the full support of all of us. And I was really glad, I don't know where I read it, that had occurred nearly in this. And I'm just very pleased that that is moving forward. Of course, there's more to be done, and there will be, I'm sure there will be coverage of that. So now we are ready to move to closed session. And I have a motion. In order for us to go to closed session, we must make such a motion and take an affirmative recorded vote in this open meeting. So I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2-3711A1 and A8 for the purpose of discussing one personnel matter concerning an appointee of the county board and for the purpose of consultation with the county attorney concerning the terms of a non-disclosure agreement with Hilliard Heinz LLC relating to consulting services for the county, the county board's authority to adopt an ordinance providing for collective bargaining for county employees and the permitted terms of such an ordinance, the county board's authority to adopt purchasing related provisions for payment of a prevailing wage in some county contracts as provided by Virginia law, and the terms of a proposal to convey county-owned dark fiber infrastructure to a third party. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll go ahead and ask for a vote on that. To start, I will vote aye. Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
With that, we have successfully moved to approve the motion to move to closed session. We will go ahead and reconvene. Colleagues, let's see, unless you have different, let's try and reconvene at 5:45 in the other meeting room, if that can work. And then if necessary, we get to 6:30 or 7. We'll be mindful that we may need a break during that time, but let's go for 5:45 without objection. So thank you, colleagues.
So effectively now, yeah?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Thank
when
you.
we leave this room, right?
We do. We have to go to the other closed session. Thank you.
Check.
Welcome back. Arlington County Board is back in session. And first, we just have come out of closed session, so we'll have to do a vote certifying on closed session. And so let me just pull that motion up here. Just 1 second, sorry, colleagues. Okay, I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was confirmed before we went into closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Karantonis.
I vote yes.
Ms. Crystal.
Yes.
Ms. Garvey.
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We have certified on closed session. We will now turn to Mr. Karantonis for a special award this evening for several of our residents who have contributed and served our community. Mr. Karantonis.
And it will be my very distinguished pleasure, Mr. Chair, to present the Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award 2019 and 2020. So the award, thank you, Madam Clerk, for putting up the slides. So the Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award was established in 2005, and it recognizes community volunteers who make significant contributions to Arlington natural resources, parks, and public open spaces. The award not only pays tribute to the exceptional volunteer Bill Thomas, but also honors and encourages similar dedication among other residents and organizations. I would like to thank Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award Committee Chairs Neil Hunter and Julie Mullen for their work, helping to recognize these unsung heroes. Today, we are recognizing the 2019 and 2020 award winners. First up is the 2019 winner, Elaine Mills. Next slide, please. Logging more than 8,000 volunteer hours, Elaine has donated much of her time to developing best practices, content to share with the community through public education presentations, articles, and educational posts on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Educating the public on topics such as pollinators, selecting native plants for winter interest, and native alternatives to invasive plants. She uses her platform to spread the word about why native is the most beneficial option for our natural world. And I've been a beneficiary of her educational efforts. She even does the heavy lifting, getting hundreds of native plants into the hands of residents each year by way of local plant sales. Elaine developed a labeling system for visitors to learn more about herbs, native plants, and what grows well in Arlington and at the Glen Carlin Library Community Garden, and also facilitated the garden's Audubon at Home certification. Her post on the Master Gardeners of Northern Virginia website details 45 locally designated invasive plant species, as well as what native species to plant instead. And now I would like to introduce Elaine to say a few words, if she's with us. I hope she is.
Ms. Mills.
You are muted.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Yes, you.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I'm really very honored to receive this recognition. Sharing the love of native plants, ecological landscaping, and climate conscious gardening has been a real passion of mine for the past 8 years. And I'm very pleased that despite all the challenges our community faced this past year, that I was able to continue connecting with Arlington residents and even an audience much further abroad both through my educational posts and via presentations on via Zoom. Of course, all the volunteer work that I do would not be possible without the collaboration of a wide circle of talented and creative fellow Master Gardeners, the dynamic leadership of our agent, volunteer coordinator, and other staff of Virginia Cooperative Extension, and the Board of Master Gardeners of Northern Virginia. So I would like to tip my hat to the entire Master Gardener community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elaine Mills. This is also a personal thank you. I learned a lot through the Master Gardeners, and that is, I see that every day in my little garden in front of my door. Next, I would like to recognize the 2020 Bill Thomas Volunteer Award winner, Glenn Tobin. As with Elaine, Glenn is focused on reclaiming natural lands in Arlington. A major project of his was removing invasive plant species at Windy Run Park and the Potomac River waterfront in the George Washington Memorial Parkway. Thanks to his efforts and those of other volunteers, significant natural areas in and around Arlington are recovering and becoming more beautiful and biodiverse. Last year, he raised money and worked with the Potomac Appalachian Trail Club and the National Park Service to rebuild the stone stairway that connects the Windy Run Park Trail to the Potomac Heritage Trail. His work has allowed better access to river views. Glenn also developed a website, Natural Ecological Communities of Northern Virginia, to highlight natural plant communities and provide practical guidance for ecological restoration. As a result of Glenn's work, Arlington Regional Master Naturalists is adopting natural plant communities as a framework for park restoration, which will have a lasting impact on restoration planning in Arlington. Some of Glenn's other work includes helping lead weed warrior training with the National Park Service, assisting park stewards and mentoring others who share his passion for helping to restore natural areas. I hope Glenn Tobin is with us and can say a few words.
Mr. Tobin.
Is he there?
Thank you so much. I think I unmuted also.
Yes.
Let me say thanks to you all for the recognition. I was really surprised when I got it, and I'm really humbled by it as well. And I've been super lucky to have been inspired by a lot of people and a lot of organizations along the way. There are two volunteer organizations who do great work around the area, the Arlington Regional Master Naturalists and the Potomac Appalachian Trail Club. We also have tremendous and wonderful public servants who work in this area. Alonzo Abugadas and Jen Souls are tremendous for Arlington County. For the National Park Service, Brent Sturry, Alex Vajnitsa, and Maria Sturziker are similarly incredible. And perhaps most, I've just loved becoming friends with various trail users over the years and other volunteers who are making a difference in these natural areas, including my PATC, or Potomac Appalachian Trail Club partner, Rob Schutler. And I really hope the board, kind of takes away a single thought from this, from my perspective. I think Arlington can become a national model for restoring our natural lands and for expanding those ecological communities through the neighborhoods we all live in. We can increase biodiversity everywhere, and we can help create a healthier human population. I think to do so, we need to fight the invasives. We need to manage the deer population. We need to educate a broad set of our citizens on how they can help, among other things, obviously. But thank you all for the opportunity to contribute and for your ongoing support of our natural areas.
Thank you. So congratulations to Elaine and Glenn. You will be receiving our 2019, respectively, and 2020 Bill Thomas Volunteer Award very, very soon. Thank you for all you have done so far and for what you are continuing doing.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. And Ms. Mills and Mr. Tobin, there's a rough quote that says, you don't need a PhD to be great. You just need a heart motivated by love. And both of you have that. And you also bring a deep appreciation of biophilic practices. And so thank you for both of your comments. Now I have a few announcements as we take up our consent agenda items from Saturday regarding testimony. So those of you on the line, if you joined us to speak, while you're waiting to speak, keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you're called, please. The moderator can mute you. That's our clerk and our team can mute you, but cannot unmute you. If you are calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute. If you're using a computer browser or app, click the microphone button on the toolbar. Please listen for the tone at the end to indicate that your time has elapsed to speak. Finally, after you have spoken, you may exit via the Teams software. You can continue to participate in the meeting and listen in via the live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40. We are now ready to receive public testimony on the item that was pulled from Saturday's consent agenda, which I believe is item 17. Madam Clerk, can you call the first speaker, please?
Yes, our first and only speaker is Jim Harris.
Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, you just need to hit *6 to unmute.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
I and many residents in the neighborhood near Abingdon School were and are concerned about the quality of life issues that the school generates for neighborhood residents. 6 years ago, we retained a land use and planning attorney who represented us at the September 21st, 2015 County Board meeting when Abingdon's use permits were approved. Abingdon School is again at capacity. Car-free diet is another smart growth failure. More vehicles and vehicle trips to and from Abingdon School every year. Parents allowed to drive their children to and from school, no matter how close they live to the school. Abingdon teachers and staff are not ride-sharing and using public transportation as we were promised they would. The Arlington Villages Condo Association has replaced its small ATV maintenance vehicles with full-size pickup trucks, which are parked on South 29th Street near the school, not in Arlington Village's many parking lots. Historic North Arlington has become a park and recreation area for surrounding condo associations and neighborhoods, a consequence of infill redevelopment. More infill redevelopment to come, Park Shirlington. Complete Streets is repurposing all open spaces in our neighborhood as public park and recreation space. Reckless bicycle and scooter riding is common, including bicycle racing. There is little to no presence in the neighborhood by ACPD. We see many strangers in our neighborhood. The county's Vision Zero is actually zero vision for our safety and community security. Please do not renew this use permit. Please work with APS to reduce parked vehicles and vehicle trips related to Abingdon School. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Madam Clerk, will you please call our consent agenda item?
Yes, item number 17 is U 3421-15-1 is a use permit review for secondary parking at Fairlington Villages Community Center parking lot for Abingdon Elementary School located at 3001 and 3005 South Abington Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Over to you, Mr. Manager, for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With us this evening is Courtney Badger, who will have a brief verbal presentation. Courtney? Courtney, you are muted.
Oh.
There you go. Good evening, board members. So the item before you is a 5-year review of a use permit for off-site secondary parking area for Abingdon Elementary School. There are currently 15 parking spaces within the Fairlington Villages Community Center that are used for staff or visitors for Abingdon Elementary during school hours. During the course of our review, staff found no outstanding issues with the use permit. The presidents of Fairlington and Shirlington Civic Association stated that they had no objections to the renewal of the use permit. And additionally, the president and general manager of Fairlington Villages said that they are happy with the arrangement and had no issues with continuing this and renewing the permit as well. Therefore, staff is recommending that you renew this use permit with an admin review in 6 months and a county board review in 1 year. And those reviews are to ensure that the license agreement between APS and Fairlington Villages, which is set to expire in June, is renewed, or another parking mitigation effort is made as outlined in the approved conditions. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have Dennis Sellen from DES and Jeff Chambers from APS here to answer any questions you may have as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. Based on your comments, I don't know that Mr. Chambers, did you have any presentation you wanted to make, or is just available for questions? Is that how you would like to leave it, either Mr. Chambers or Ms. Badger?
I wanted to make a comment. I think the use permit really allowed us to provide the required parking for the school by utilizing underutilized parking spaces in the area with direct access to the school, and prevented us from paving an additional 5,000 plus square feet of green space for that parking that is required. So the permit is mutually beneficial, I think, for the county as well as preserving needed funds. And we would appreciate being able to continue with that arrangement, because I think it's beneficial for the entire community of Arlington.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers, for your comments and for being here tonight, just to be thorough and for this item. We don't have advisory groups, commissions on this issue, so the discussion is now with the board. I don't know if there are comments. I'd certainly also entertain a motion, and then we can speak to it if we need to. And I'm also, if colleagues will indulge me, I'm happy, actually, I'll make a motion and then we can have discussion. So I'll move that we renew the use permit for secondary parking at Fairlington Villages Community Center parking lot for Abingdon Elementary School, subject to all previously approved conditions, with an administrative review in 6 months and a county board review in 1 year, which would be April 2022.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay.
Also,
It's been moved and seconded.
And organizations that have to meet the
I think there's someone who might need to mute. Thank you. So that is, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Maybe our Fairlington area resident, Ms. Garvey, if there's any comments, or others, if there are comments on this item, happy to entertain discussion.
I'm happy to say, I think if the presidents of both the civic associations, citizens associations approve of this and it prevents paving over some green space, I think it sounds great. Happy to support it. Happy to vote for it.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I share the thoughts and appreciate Mr. Chambers' point about the 5,000 square feet, and certainly Mr. Fairlington, Mr. Land also is important his consideration is also key. So we'll go ahead and call for a vote. The question is on the motion, the manager's recommendation as read, and we'll start with Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey? Aye.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. The motion passes 5-0.
Go ahead, sir.
Madam Clerk, excuse me. Would you call the next item, please?
Yes, item 43, actually 43A through Q are all of the items related to the fiscal year 2022 general operating budget, including tax rates and various fees and code amendments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, over to you for the staff presentation on our fiscal year 2022 budget.
Well, Mr. Chair, you may be happy to know that we do not have a staff presentation this evening. But we are available to answer any questions as you work your way through the motions. And also as you work your way, I know that you've worked hard on providing me with further direction and guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Consistent with our final work session last Thursday, we did have a discussion then, and so we have a number of parts to our work on this item, and I will go ahead and we'll work through. There's A and then B through D, etc. Work through each of those, and we also we will proceed to guidance. And I don't know, Mr. Manager, if there's a best practice with respect to this. I guess I would suggest we work through the motions first and then come to the guidance at the end. Okay, thank you. So I'll start by moving item A. We'll take votes after each block, colleagues. So I will move the county manager's recommendation that for item 43, part A, which is that we adopt the fiscal year 2022 county budget resolution, which is attachment 1 of the staff report, and that we adopt the fiscal year 2022 county appropriations resolution, which is attachment 2, Roman numeral 2 of the staff report, that we allocate $7,846,608 to the economic stabilization reserve to replenish the reserve from using it to balance both the fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022 budgets, that we also authorize the county manager to negotiate and sign grant agreements with nonprofit arts organizations that result from fiscal year 2022 budget appropriations, subject to approval as to form of those agreements by the county attorney. Further, that we appropriate the remaining balances from the fiscal year 2021 COVID contingent to provide continued support for unanticipated pandemic response and recovery needs into fiscal year 2022. In addition, and finally, that we adopt on this item, that we adopt the revised financial and debt management policies in attachment 3 of the staff report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. I'll speak briefly to this. This covers a couple of key steps. One of them is replenishing our economic stabilization reserve. That is a fiscally prudent, fiscally smart step that we would take, and that we are able to take in part because of the stabilization of our economy compared with a year ago when we were just at the start of the pandemic. There's also arts organizations, which we'll speak about a little bit further later in the guidance discussion. But these are the fiscal steps that we've taken after our, I believe, 9 work sessions in preparation. So I don't know if there's discussion. Seeing no discussion, I will go ahead and ask for a vote. I'll start with on item A, county manager's recommendation. I'll ask, starting with Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Thank you. And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. Part A passes 5-0. We will now move to B through D, and let's see. I will entertain a motion for items B through D, and let's see.
Mr. Dorsey.
I think that may have been that I'm just going to look just a second again. That may have been Mr. Dorsey. And we'll just pause just a moment.
I'd be happy to make those motions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal, over to you.
Okay, great. And I'm so sorry, you wanted B through D?
B through D, yes.
Bravo through Delta.
Great. So item B, unless Mr. Dorsey is here and prepared to make those motions.
We'll get back to the PDG panel. Mr. Dorsey is here.
Fabulous. We're looking for motions on items B through D since they're consequential ones, and I know I couldn't hope to do them the justice that you would in making and speaking to them. Happy to turn things back over to you if you're ready.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Crystal, and thank you all for your indulgence. So I would like to move the county manager's recommendations for item 43, and those are B, C, as well as D. And item B, which is in the board report dated April 20th, concerns the calendar year 2021 base real estate tax rate, which we are moving adoption at $1 and 1.3 cents per $100 of assessed value. And it also includes the commercial calendar year 21 commercial real estate tax rate for transportation initiatives at 12.5 cents per $100 of assessed value. Both of those rates are unchanged from calendar year 2020.
Data collectors and controllers.
Second.
That is only.
Well, I've got more, if it's okay with you. So I'll also move at this time item 43C, which concerns the personal property tax rate and the allocation method of the state's vehicle tax relief provided to Arlington County. And both of those remain the same from the previous year, which means a personal property tax rate of $5 per $100 of assessed value, and a personal property tax rate of $1 and 1.3 cents per $100 of assessed value for public service corporations. And it also concerns fixing the methodology that we shall utilize in distributing the state block grant for additional relief provided to qualifying clean fuel vehicles and the associated numbers therein. And then there is item 43D, which is the calendar year 2021 sanitary district tax rate, which calls for us to adopt an amendment to Chapter 26 of the Code of Virginia, the Arlington County Code in Virginia, to impose an increase in the sanitary district rate of 0.4 cents per $100 of assessed real property value, which would bring the total sanitary district rate to 1.7 cents per $100 of real estate assessed property value. Now I'll need a second.
Second.
Thank you. The motion's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to the motion, Mr. Dorsey?
I kind of did in
Sure.
making the motions. These are carrying forward the status quo of the level of tax rates that we have experienced during calendar year 2020, with the exception of the sanitary district rate, which increases 0.4 cents.
Perfect. Thank you. We will go ahead and if there's any other discussion, we'll also touch a little bit on this sanitary district tax rate at the end in our discussion in the guidance. So not seeing any hands, we'll go ahead and ask for a vote, starting with Mr. Dorsey.
I vote aye.
Yes. Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranti votes aye as well. Items B through D have passed. We have set the tax rate, and we'll move on to items E through G. And I'll entertain a motion. Is there a colleague who would like to go ahead and move those items?
I will be moving these items, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
So these are the three motions that pertain to the tax rates that fund our, the dedicated tax rates that fund our business improvement districts in Ballston, Roslyn, and National Landing. The first motion under, that's item 43, E, as in echo. So the motion is to adopt the proposed calendar year 2021 tax rate for the Ballston Business Improvement Service District, Ballston BID, of 4.5 cents per $100 using the resolution shown as attachment 1 of the staff report. The next motion is for the National Landing Business Improvement Service District. Adopt the proposed calendar year 2021 tax rate for the National Landing Business Improvement Service District of 4.3 cents per $100 of assessed value. That is in addition to the current real estate rate using the resolution, again shown as attachment 1 of the staff report. And finally, I move to adopt the proposed calendar year 2021 tax rate for the Roslyn Business Improvement Service District, Roslyn BID, of 7.8 cents per $100 of assessed value. That is in addition to the current real estate rate using the resolution shown as attachment 1 of the staff report.
Second. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Would you like to speak to your motions?
Just briefly, these are our three major economic engines in Arlington. The business improvement districts are providing tremendous services to and support the viability, and economic health of these areas in Arlington. This is good for everybody, and I hope that the board will support the motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. The motion has been moved and seconded. I do not see discussion, so I'll go ahead and call for a vote. Question is on Mr. Karantonis's motion, which applies to our business improvement districts, which are parts E, F, and G. And so, Mr. Karantonis?
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. Just in order, Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We are now on to item H, I, and J, I believe. Is there a
That
motion?
would be me, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Garvey.
All right, thank you. And I'll try to speak to the motions a little bit as I kind of work through all three, if that's all right. So first, I move that we adopt the proposed amendment to Chapter 10, Article 1, which is refuse, of the Code of Arlington County, Virginia. The amendment, if approved, would decrease the annual household solid waste rate from $319.03 to $318.61. And I just want to emphasize that that actually is a decrease, very small, but it is a decrease. And then the next one is to move, takes me just a minute to call it up. This one is two parts. And I will move that we adopt the proposed amendments to Chapter 26, Article 1, Division 2, the Arlington County Code, which is our utilities ordinance, attachment 1 of the board report dated April 15, to maintain the water rate at $4.91 per thousand gallons, and to increase the sewer rate by no more than 15 cents from $9.29 to $9.44 per thousand gallons, to become effective July 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021. And then, in addition, to also adopt the proposed amendments to Chapter 26, Article 1, Division 2 of, again, the utilities ordinance, and this is attachment 2 to the report, to implement a new water and sewer rate and rate structure, including customer classes, a basic charge, and volumetric rates, to become effective January 1st, 2022. So this is sort of a major change that we've been making and how we calculate our rates. And then going to the final one, which is 2, I move that we adopt the amendments, which attachment 1 to Chapter 26, again, the utilities, Article 1 of the Arlington County Code, to increase the water service connection charges effective July 1st, 2021. These connection charges haven't been changed, and I think it's about 14 years, and they're simply to cover costs. That's all. We're not trying to make money on it, but we do need to cover our costs. So with that, I'd like to move, see if I can get a second for those three basic motions.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal.
And you've spoken to the motions. I do not see discussion, so the The question is on items H, I, and J, and Ms. Garvey's motions with respect to them just identified. Ms. Garvey.
I wrote aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. Items H, I, and J have passed. We're now on to items K, yes, K, L, and M, and I will go ahead and make these motions. I'll move that with respect to item K, that we take the county manager's recommendation and adopt the amendments to Chapter 26, Article 1 of the Arlington County Code to increase the infrastructure availability fees effective July 1, 2021. With respect to item L, I move that we adopt the amendment to the zoning fee schedule to provide fees for electrical, plumbing, and zoning verification permits and revisions to existing building permits for special exceptions as set forth in attachment A of the staff report posted April 15th. And that is item L. And then I will also move item M, which is that we adopt the fiscal year 2022 Department of Parks and Recreation fee resolution that is attachment Roman numeral 1 in the staff report also, and that is actually posted April 19th, 2021. So with respect to K, L, and M, is there a second?
Second.
Great. So it's been moved and seconded. I'll speak briefly to these. These are, again, we're recouping costs, and we need to make periodic adjustments and annual adjustments in order to do so. And so that summarizes items K, L, and M. So we'll call for a vote. I'll vote aye on my own motion. Colleagues, Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
And Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
With that, the motion passes 5-0. We're now on to items N, O, and P, I believe, are in this block. Maybe N, O, P, and Q. And I think it's to Ms. Crystal. Is that correct on this?
I would be happy to take those, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I move that we adopt the proposed amendments to Chapter 8.1, Article 2, which is the fire prevention section of the Code of Arlington County, for fiscal year 22 hourly fee increase to the fire department's fire systems testing inspection program and general permit fees. Further, I move that we adopt an addition to the emergency medical services fees for telemedicine and an in-person qualified healthcare practitioner consultation through the fire department. I further move that we approve the fiscal year 22 pay plan as set forth in attachments 1 through 6 of the staff report dated April 17, 2021. And finally, that we adopt the proposed ordinance changes to Chapter 39 of our county code, which will increase our local cigarette tax rate commensurate with the state's new maximum county rate.
Second.
Thank you very much. I'd be happy to speak briefly to those just by way of explanation, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
The first item N, the changes to the hourly fee increase to the fire systems testing inspection program and general permit fees is as some of the ones that were in the previous items about cost recovery. We send the fire department out to do inspections and ensure that your fire system is working in commercial properties in particular per the code, which dictates that those properties have their fire systems inspected, and we do try to ensure that the time spent by our fire inspectors is recovered in the form of permit fees. Item O is regarding our ET3 program, which I think we are all really excited about. This has to do with our EMS, Emergency Medical Services individuals, offering telemedicine consults and doing qualified healthcare practitioner consultations. The goal is to render services in what has been described as a treat and release, an alternative transportation service model. The goal is to reduce ambulance fees and ultimately reduce emergency department fees for our residents who call the hospital as well. So this is an exciting overall program. I would commend to anyone's attention the sections of our budget within fire and EMS that describe this transition, which is, we hope, going to save taxpayers as well as EMS users funds, while also ensuring people get the care that they need. Item P is the county's pay plan. This is part of the budget process. We adopt an updated pay plan as part of the county's total compensation package. And these are the documents that codify, I suppose, the overall adjustments that we've talked about at some length, which this year represents I'm sorry, Mr. Manager, as I describe this, I'm wondering if do I have this wrong about the board report? It says a 5% increase for general employees and a 1% increase to public safety ranges. Am I looking at an outdated report?
So, Ms. Crystal, the pay ranges are being adjusted at 1%,
right.
5%.
Pursuant to your recommendations that we do the 1% increase, as well as the shifts in overall pay ranges. Thank you. I'm sorry, given the hour and my general unpreparedness to make this motion, since I thought I was going to someone else. I wanted to make sure we were getting that right. Okay, so you'll see the salary ranges move. The manager has described this when we've talked about the updated budget and the ways that he's prioritized staff compensation through the 1% merit pay adjustment for all employees, which we have spent so much time talking about, the approximate $900 net bonus, the gross of $1,450 for all staff, and the shifts in the ranges. So thank you, Mr. Manager, for clarifying that. The final item is very self-explanatory. The state has given us the authority to raise the cigarette tax, and we are doing so to a rate of 40 cents per pack. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, and I appreciate your bearing with on the audible there. I think I should take some responsibility on that.
I'm happy to do that, except I accidentally almost got everyone's expectations totally off when it came to staff compensation.
Yes, we thank you. We have a motion and we have a second, I believe. Do we have a second? Yes, so we'll go ahead and take the vote on items N, O, P, and Q, and we'll start with Ms. Crystal.
Did you move item Q?
She did. She did. The cigarette.
Sorry.
No, I'm glad you asked.
A little bit of a time. Sorry. Okay.
It's important.
The cigarette tax, yes.
So we have yes from Ms. Crystal, Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranchi votes aye as well. We have now passed the component parts of the budget, and just want to reiterate and make sure that all of our community watching at home is aware. We have we posted on our budget page the broad numbers in a spreadsheet form, and we have worked through this through 9 work sessions, and it's been thorough. And now we are ready to go to guidance. And so I would ask Madam Clerk, if you could post the guidance that we've worked on with respect to guidance from the county board to the county manager to implement the fiscal year 2022 budget. And we have, this actually is a good way to review the big, broad, a lot of the big, broad areas of our budget. And so I'll go through some of these items relatively quickly. We will post the guidance on our budget website. I don't know the exact timing, Mr. Manager. That may be, certainly would not be before tomorrow, but it might be Thursday. Is that tomorrow or Thursday?
Well, we should be able to post this tomorrow, assuming that you vote to accept it.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Appreciate it. That's right. We will go through each of these. And the first, broadly, will give our public time to absorb this. It talks about the contingent fund that the manager proposed, and essentially the first bullet really focuses on sort of broadly tracking the dollar amounts with room for flexibility for the manager that are outlined in the proposed budget with respect to vaccine distribution, contact tracing, eviction prevention, food assistance, and other categories mentioned. The second bullet continues this board and this government's, Arlington County's commitment to using local funds where necessary, but being fiscally smart and using federal and state funding where we need to, really for those most in need, eviction prevention and hunger. I believe the number for eviction prevention last year with all funds was above 8 million. And I believe we were over 700,000 for hunger, depending on how you count to provide food. The third bullet for those following along is business community support. One of our best steps last year was the grants program. We have provided direction for the manager, and he will work with the Arlington Economic Development staff leadership on business community support for a more targeted successor to the grants program based on the implementation timeframe that is included. The third bullet I can speak to very briefly, but Mr. Karantonis, you're certainly welcome to speak to this as well. It's a small business revolving loan fund. There's a fair bit of detail, but this came up in our work session, I believe it is a week ago Tuesday, and it is a start on direction for revolving loan fund guidance that I believe would be completed by the first quarter of the fiscal year starting July 1st. And so really appreciate staff for working hard on this, and Mr. Karantonis for pushing us to move forward. Mr. Karantonis, did you want to speak briefly to this bullet?
Just briefly, being very, very thankful to staff's input, to their commitment to an instrument, a tool that together with the grants, with business grants, will help us to tune into the recovery and help small businesses, minority-owned businesses, really the most vulnerable ones, those who have the biggest problems to access capital, to have two types of access to support so that they can join the recovery, hopefully the recovery of our economy, and create and sustain the jobs that we expect them to create and sustain. So I'm very excited to look forward to the implementation of both.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for your work on this, as well as staff's. The second item there is employee compensation. I think we've said in different ways, but this budget shows this shows our ongoing commitment to employee compensation. The budget that we're adopting includes both the pay scale adjustment, as well as a 1% merit-based bonus, as well as a $900 per employee, $900 net one-time compensation for this extraordinary last year where our employees have been working so hard. This guidance directs the manager to continue to make further employee compensation a priority in this budget. The next item, item 3, came up in the course of our budget hearing, and I'll ask Ms. Garvey if you would like to speak to this in just a moment. I know that it is, and certainly don't have to, but may want to. This is a shared priority of our board that came out of discussions with our Community Services Board, and the need for those with developmental disabilities to have day services. And there's been a growing need, and I know this was seeking to reflect an urgency about that we all feel about making sure that we have enough places for those with developmental disabilities. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, Just a little bit. Thank you. And I really appreciate the CSB bringing this to our attention. And I know staff's aware of it, but I mean, it's just, this has been such a difficult year keeping this going. And it's really amazing how our mental health services have managed to continue, but certain populations have had a hard time before the pandemic, and it's been even more difficult now. And one of the major issues are adults with developmental disabilities who really profit by having employment programs. And we've not, even before the pandemic, we're not able to serve all of them here in Arlington. It's a growing population. And our staff is, going to be working on a study and figuring out how we need to move forward. So there's sort of in this particular direction, there's both a short-term and a longer-term, more strategic direction to be, to handling it now as best we can. And I know staff has got some ideas they can work on right away, but then also looking further out. As I say, this is a growing population, and we're going to want to make sure that our services grow as the need grows. So I'm very pleased with the CSB to put it in, and also our staff to help us work through getting this in kind of in front of everybody's attention. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I think we're all in support of this, and just a big thank you for your work on it as well as staff's. We'll go on to the next item. This item I actually worked with staff on, and grateful for our housing division and also our community CPHD, our community planning housing division as a whole. This is in response to make sure we have that flexibility to address existing needs with respect to our current properties where we have invested AHIF funding. It also provides flexibility for our housing division, as we know that's a key priority of all of ours. This is staff's recommended language after discussion, and I don't believe that I think colleagues, you've seen this language. So then we'll move forward to item 5, which is housing grants, and this program was the start of our discussion in one of our work sessions, and a shared area of concern. We have invested significant additional resources both through the county manager and then beyond that through the county board, an additional nearly 1.5 million in addition to, I believe, 2.1 million from the county manager. This language seeks to address concerns raised by residents, including several residents who met with each of us in Zoom calls over the past month. And it includes allowable rents and eligibility changes. And I know Mr. Dorsey worked on this. We all care quite a bit about it. I don't see, let's see, I'm just popping up. And I don't know that if there's comments, certainly Mr. Dorsey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in addition to the various conversations that you've had, this has also been discussed with other housing stakeholders. And as we consider the pretty substantial increases in the housing grants program that have occurred administratively by the manager's own inclination over the last couple of years to adjust upward maximum allowable rents, continued work in that regard this year, continuation of pandemic era easing of eligibility requirements, as well as a new approach to reducing the rent burden on housing grant families. All those together have added millions of dollars to the housing grants program. And as we think about all of those changes, the thought here is that we should maybe take a more comprehensive look to make sure that the program is as effective as it can be and is meeting all of the needs that are designed, from having a local program that is not subject to the various restrictions that the oversubscribed federal program is subjected to, and that can't be met by our strategy of investing in committed affordable units. So the direction here is not encompassing every single thing that can be looked at, but some of the top line issues of appropriate maximum allowable rent standards. We've had proposals for average rents. There is, desire in my mind to look at some of the other ways of calculating it, including something that is allowed by HUD for small area fair market rents, as well as an overall county median standard. Anyway, taking a look at various eligibility questions and proposals that have been raised, all of this should result in our having the ability for FY23 to take a much more holistic look at the program and measuring its utility with our overall investments in housing.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. There's a lot of work that went into this guidance, and we all met with housing individuals concerned about the housing grants, and we have sought to respond. And we know we have this guidance as an indication of further work and our shared commitment to work on this important program. Item 6 is one that Ms. Crystal, I believe you worked on, and I'll come to you in just a second on it. I'm very thrilled about this, all the way back to when I was seeking this office. Grants, small grants to support arts organizations have been important. I know it's a shared commitment of the board as a whole. But Ms. Crystal, did you want to speak to this one?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I am actually, since I had a lengthy opportunity to bend everyone's ear about the various items for guidance at our work session on Thursday, and none of them have changed very substantively, I'm happy to just defer and leave it to your capable summaries.
Great. So thank you for that. That I think all of us appreciate it. The next is the Northern Virginia Conservation Trust. I'm quite confident that leadership, Alan, is perhaps watching, but this is guidance that we talked about last week. Very happy that we were able to include this level funding for this year and then work on the next 3 years in this guidance. Restorative justice, just because we're not speaking extensively today to this item does not mean that we don't care quite a bit. We discussed it earlier in the police practices group, and this is good thinking about how we build this area of work. And it's a very important area of work as we really work towards an Arlington that is even more just and really fair and incorporates new and evolving and important thoughts. The next item, item 9, I think I certainly will want to hear concerns. Just this is staff's language with a couple of small changes that I have made, and so I want to pause and I want to describe them to you. What I've added is just basic, picking up on what I heard to be some of Ms. Garvey's thoughts. And seeking to, I've added the parenthetical phrase, including basic facts relevant to consideration of citizen broadband radio service and a broadband authority. I'm not seeking extensive, but I do think there's a short analysis and set of basic facts that could be 3 to 5 pages or less that could just give us some basic information there. So certainly wanted to be transparent about that slight addition. Not seeing concerns at the moment. I will go on to item 10, and certainly we can finish, and if we need to go back, happy to do so. Item 10 is stormwater. It concerns the manager reflected that he wanted direction that we are committed to the steps that we've been talking about with respect to stormwater, and this is going to continue us on that trajectory. Item 11, this is from staff. It really picks up on what we've all thought about, which is that we may need additional electronic equipment so that we can do virtual well over the coming months and year. So on item, I see a hand on item 11. Ms. Crystal, or was that back to?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make a quick comment on this piece of guidance since we didn't talk this one in as much detail on Thursday. Just coming out of facilitating a briefing for the urban section of the Virginia Municipal League on this question of FOIA and what we are allowed to do under open meeting requirements. And because I have talked to some residents And I know actually Arl now ran a poll recently about, this is great, let's continue virtual county board meetings or commission meetings, et cetera. I just wanted to clarify that currently the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and open meetings requirements prohibit either elected or appointed officials from meeting in virtual capacities outside of the state, outside of declared states of emergency. So I just wanted to make sure this engagement didn't give anybody inaccurate impressions. I am very excited about replicating some of what we've learned about virtual engagement when it comes to open houses, for example, or broad-based community meetings. But for anyone who is hoping that the board and the commissions might be able to continue to do our work on a virtual basis, please know that we will be looking for ways to take advantage of that, especially for our commissions, even once we as the board come back, I think, for the duration of the emergency. But once the governor lifts that state of emergency, we will back to being in a position of needing to advocate for legislative change if our commissions or the board want to take advantage of virtual meetings in the future.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think it's important, Ms. Crystal. We've been in this state of emergency declared in Richmond and also by our manager, ratified and confirmed by us for a long time. So we do need to remember that the virtual practices post state of emergency would require changes from Richmond and our legislative delegation. We will engage with them. Number 12 is the same virtually. I just as previously, I added the phrase in addition to the Saturday voting that has been done in prior years just to clarify that this is an addition for 2 Sundays for our election. Item 13 is further resources of up to $50,000 for essentially an equity budget audit or equity budget work that we can engage through our Chief Race and Equity Officer. And so that is staff's confirmed that language is good. Item 14 is climate change and sustainability. We discussed this in one of our work sessions, but it may be more fleshed out than previously. I don't know. This seeks to respond to our C2E2 commission, as well as concerns we've heard from the Mount Vernon chapter of the Audubon, no, not the Audubon Society, the Legal Conservation. Yeah, so Mr. Dorsey.
Nothing really more to say. Climate change, sustainability are important all of government priorities, and this asks the manager to give some thought about the model that he would like to use so that we can best and most effectively meet our climate and sustainability goals. It's substantially the same as what we discussed at the work session last week.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for your work on this. And on we go to item 15. I think there are a few more. 15 and 16. I don't know, Ms. Crystal, if you wanted to speak. Item 15 may be towards the latter part of our guidance, but I think all of us care quite a bit about this. Really appreciate your work on this, Ms. Crystal. I think most of it was in last Thursday. And so item 16, I don't know if you wanted to speak to that. I believe that may be new, but do you want to speak briefly to it?
Sure. This was the one I got in under the wire on Thursday, so I had a chance to speak to it again. Just to say that I do look forward to our staff coming back to us about options for what I think is going to be, I hope, a low cost but very high impact investment for these very young foster kiddos and families. So thank you to staff for working on it.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. So with that, that is our guidance for the manager. I believe the best practice, at least as far as I can tell. I don't know, Mr. Manager, if you have any, but we would go ahead and quickly adopt a motion supporting the guidance that we just showed. I'll go ahead and move adoption of the guidance. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, thank you. We'll go ahead and call for a vote. On my own motion, I'll vote aye. Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis,
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
The guidance as shown and as will be posted tomorrow has been adopted, and we have a budget. We have adopted both our fiscal year 22 budget as well as the guidance. As we conclude, we will go on shortly to the next item on the agenda. I will just say that budgets are about the stories that we tell and also the priorities that we make with our community. And this budget is fiscally smart. It also shows a commitment to equity. And those are two of the key priorities that we have. The manager has described it as a bridge. I would say a bridge from public health challenges with COVID and economic challenges to really recovery, which is coming and which is ahead. And so with that, I'll give colleagues an opportunity to make remarks on the budget as a whole, if you would like. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments. I'm pleased to have been supporting this budget throughout these sets of motions and the opportunity to give some accompanying direction. This certainly has been an unusual budget in every sense of the word. It's been important to me, and I think to all of us, and I know to our manager and staff, that it be a sustainable budget. We are hoping to bridge to a different time when we are making fewer tough choices. And yet, I know it's been of paramount importance to us and to me that we pass a budget that doesn't bake in structural deficits that we'll be having to deal with just at a time that we hope but are not yet certain our economy will be coming back. And so as we've received federal aid, which has been incredibly important, we have had opportunities with one-time money to cover a lot of priorities in this transitional time. One of the ones we've talked about that I think is one of the most important policy conversations we can be having is housing. Knowing that our housing programs target the exact populations of Arlingtonians who have been most impacted by COVID and by the economic downturn. I know we all saw those statistics that our human services staff pulled together for us about who is receiving emergency housing relief. It is vastly disproportionately people of color. It is vastly disproportionately women and female-headed households, the exact folks that we know have really borne the brunt of the pandemic. And so to be able to prioritize their needs as our needs as the community recovers, perhaps slowly, has been really important. So one-time money covers a lot of those priorities, but it doesn't cover everything in a sustainable way. And that, of course, leads me to employee compensation. We know that's the biggest driver of ongoing costs. And I think to the extent we and some of our regional partners who are in the same situation have any particular disappointments about our budgets, it's that we've not been able to realize bigger increases for those who have been serving and just working their hearts out, often in capacities that are a total stretch from what they train to do or what they do on a daily basis throughout the pandemic. I wanted to just take a second to spotlight a couple of other themes. First is to say, if we haven't said it enough how important this federal relief has been, you know, one of the sort of truisms about personal finance is that everybody hopes that they have enough money to not have to worry about money. And I think that's kind of a principle during a pandemic, you know, that we wanted to be able to run vaccination clinics, to run extensive testing programs, to be able to make the smart decisions about the future of transit service and not devastating slashes to WMATA or VRE or even ART. And all of those things, the fact that we could pursue all of those things without worrying about money has been a result of Congress acting and acting swiftly, the new presidential administration acting swiftly again. It's made such a difference in the quality of life and services that we have here in Arlington, and I wanted to take a second to spotlight it. And then the last sort of, well, second, penultimate thing I wanted to spotlight, the last will be very brief, I promise, but is the partnership with Arlington Public Schools. You know, we are happy to support some of their one-time budget requests, the new opening of Cardinal Elementary School at the former Reed site, helping them offer incentives to get more educators who I know are also exhausted from this year to come back and address summer school needs through those bonuses. But also this pandemic has been an opportunity to pursue some real partnerships to push the envelope of what cooperation looks like with the schools, including the in-person learning support, transitioning that incredibly important day program for most vulnerable kids from schools to a county-based program as schools return to a hybrid model. Certainly broadband and getting more internet access to more of our students who needed it during this time of virtual learning. Just a couple of examples and ways in which I think new partnerships have been forged. Here's my last comment. It is a thank you to you, Mr. Chair. This has been a budget process, I think, unlike any of us have lived through. The amounts of monies, the forms of monies were constantly changing at a time we were also seeking to deploy a vaccination program unlike anything the county's ever pulled off. At a time we were seeking to implement new worker protection reforms that the General Assembly had deferred implementation of until this May. So our deadlines matched up there, in addition to trying to integrate the recommendations of a police practices group. You have done it all with such doggedness and such responsiveness that sometimes I worry that you are not sleeping. The fact that this has come together in a sustainable and responsible way with everyone's issues cared for throughout the process is such a testament to your work and your leadership, and I'm really grateful. So that's my comments, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I appreciate it. And colleagues have all been relentless as well. So over to you, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Crystal is indeed a tough act to follow, and I'll try and be brief. That's always not possible for me. And I'll pick up with the theme that you introduced, Ms. Crystal. Though we do these budgets every year, there was nothing routine at all about this year's budget process. And if you think about the fundamental underlying economics, we had flat tax revenue, and our total budget, due in no small part to the infusion of federal funds, allowed our budget to increase just a little over 1.5%. Despite those fundamental economic constraints, we're able to not reduce our employees, not reduce staff. We didn't diminish services. We met the actual known need in services necessitated by the pandemic while providing for the funding of contingents for present unknown future needs, but ones that will likely materialize as we too slowly work our way from this. And we're also able to meet the essential needs for APS for the coming year. All of these things were no easy feat. And to be clear, one of the principal ways that we were able to make this happen was from not actually delivering for our dogged employees who have really shown exemplary work over this past year, in addition to what we have become accustomed to in normal times. We weren't able to deliver them the salary increases to improve their living standards at a level that we would prefer. And it also means that departments across our organization are really going to face increased workloads in the year ahead because we have diminished our ability to bring on the talent that's necessary to meet the incredible amount of work that we want to do for our community. And I realize that within this, people look at other jurisdictions and they may see headlines that show that they are increasing salaries for their employees or reducing the tax rates overall. It's a good reminder that circumstances when it comes to budgets are very much local. And during years where our split between the commercial and the residential tax base afforded us the luxury of investing more in needed services without putting that responsibility on residential taxpayers, this year the fundamentals are a little bit different. And we are unfortunately not in a rosy place compared to some of our neighbors. But these things are cyclical and they will change. What's clear is that this budget, despite my pride at what we're able to do in order to maintain our essential Arlingtonness, it means that we have had to defer a lot of investments that matter. And I'm not going to tick off all of the ways in which I would have preferred that we could make strategic and important investments in human capital in our community. But I do want people to realize that although it's often said that budgets are a reflection of values, the fact that we weren't able to make those investments doesn't mean that we don't value them. because we also have the responsibility to make sure that at the end of the day, the budget is balanced. And that was an exercise that took a lot of hard work. Mr. Manager, DMF staff, just a tremendous job in dealing with all of this. And I too thank you, Mr. Chair, for making this process inclusive for all of us, and thank our community for the engagement, and for many people for understanding the very different circumstances that we were in this year, and working cooperatively with us to see that we can work within constraints.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Next, we'll go to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey have covered most of what I wanted to say. I definitely agree that on the so-called ongoing funds, this budget was very thin, very constrained, and still very, has all the hallmarks of needing a lot of support throughout the next year, so that we can fund the fundamental priorities. We can fund better salaries, appropriate staffing, and make the essential investments that Mr. Dorsey has referred to and Ms. Crystal also alluded to. Though with the one-time money, I believe that this budget has funded fundamental investments that will carry us to the next year and will have and will produce value as we go forward. The investment in housing, it was only actually $500,000 that we enhanced the actual ongoing eligibility for housing grants. This doesn't seem as too much. It's actually 8% of all the ongoing money that we had as a discretionary part. But this really will be there next year and the year after that and the year after that. And it's a good down payment of adjusting the program to the needs of the people we have been meeting all this time, and we have seen how their needs are structured. I think that we made a very sound investment in economic development and in this impetus to fund and support the recovery, especially of small businesses. We do recognize the challenge of the climate emergency, and we think that this is not empty guidance, it's substantial guidance, and it will materialize throughout investments and during the year and strategic positioning in many aspects that this budget will be supporting. So I do think that this is a budget that reflects our values and reflects our strategic positioning towards the future. I'm with Mr. Dorsey there that I'm thinking that we could. It is not true. Over years, we have been slimming down our personnel, our capacity. These were never superfluous or somehow not needed positions. We are at the point of an inflection point where we have to understand and to reassess what kind of staffing, what kind of governance support our county needs as we are looking into a recovery, as we are looking to recover, in the coming years. We have so many irons in the fire, from the Lee Highway, the Richmond Highway, Clarendon. Everything is right now lit up, and I believe that this is good. We have just to raise to the occasion, and I believe that we made the first step already. Thank you. And I have to add to Ms. Crystal's and Mr. Dorsey's thank you to you, Mr. Chair, for all the hard work in conducting this orchestra and getting this piece through.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Appreciate it, each of you colleagues, very much. And Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important we all say our thank yous. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for getting us through this. This is the craziest budget I've ever been involved in. I mean, there was last year, but that one you just threw it out and then we put something together and did it. This one we were really, and you never knew when funds were coming or going or what you were going to need. It was just absolutely crazy. So thank you for guiding us through it. It's been good working with all my colleagues. And then of course, the biggest thank you I think goes to our staff, because they're the ones who really put it together and keeping us going. And again, I like that comment, Ms. Crystal, which I actually haven't heard of, but it's very true that you want to have enough money to not worry about money. It's absolutely true. And it's in part because of the federal government, but also because, you know, our manager, I think the year before, we put in a stabilization fund that, you know, we'd somebody's been criticized for these funds, and that I think saved us a number of times where we needed to pivot really quickly. Federal funds might be coming, but they weren't coming fast. And there we had the money, and then we replenished it. I mean, I just think that's really helped. It stabilized us. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. And I know we've talked about this being a transition budget, which I hope we're going to keep the good things that came out of this pandemic, that we're still kind of coming out of. The flexibility for small businesses and the support for small businesses is great. What we're doing on food, I mean, there's just a lot more. That's new. Housing, doing things differently. Virtual meetings and engagement. Yes, we'll go down to Richmond. Ms. Crystal, I'll go with you again, and we'll get to be able to do that better, because I think it's really gone so much better in many, many, many ways. We want to go back to in person, but not completely. Healthcare and seeing, you know, we're really that complete whatever committee's got to be pretty good. First was the complete count, and now it's the complete vaccination, and that's been a great way to connect with our, you know, our communities that we sometimes have trouble connecting with, and I think that's helping to build sustainability. And a couple of years ago, I talked about innovation, resilience, and equity, and I feel like we've been doing it all in spades this year. And we're in a pretty good place. Yes, I wish we could be paying our staff more. Yes, I wish we could have cut taxes more. But I think all in all, we're in a great place, and it's thanks to you all, and then really thanks to our staff that's has just been doing an incredible job. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I think we've all, I'm really grateful that we've had the chance for concluding thoughts as we synthesize all of the needs of our community and our residents and our employees. I think this budget seeks to live up to the folks that we get to serve. And with that, and I believe that the budget really does well at that effort. So with that, we'll go on and we'll ask Madam Clerk to call our next item from our budget to item 44, I believe.
Yes, item 44 is an option agreement purchase for the purchase of 2700 2701 South Nelson Street. That's 44A and B.
Over to you, Mr. Manager. And since you haven't magically appeared before, I think we all referred to thanks for our employees. You also and DMF have worked really hard on this budget. So thank you. And then onward to the presentation on item 44.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to echo your thanks of DMF staff and all the other county staff that work so hard. It's never dull, and we appreciate that. So item 44 is a presentation. We're going to have two staff lead that presentation. First, Linda Collier, who's with the Department of Environmental Services, our Real Estate Bureau, and then Michelle Isabel Stark from Arlington Economic Development. And we have other people available to answer questions. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Linda. Thanks.
Ms. Collier, oh, I believe you're on mute.
You're right. Thank you. Sorry. I pressed one and not the other. Good evening to the board members. I'm Linda Collier, and as Mr. Schwartz said, with the Real Estate Bureau and DES, and I'm going to put up a presentation. Oops, wait a minute, I need to share it. Okay, so if you can let me know when it shows up. Sometimes I have to do this twice. Let's try this. No, it should be here. Okay. That should be coming up.
Not just yet, but
okay, let me take it off and do it again. Sometimes I have to do that.
Ms. Collier, is this the same presentation that's posted online? If so, I can.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I can post it.
Let's see if that. Oh, here now it's.
There we go.
Should be.
Yep.
Yes, because it's in red. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So this is I will be making this presentation with Michelle Isabel Stark, and it's the possible exercise of the option to purchase the property located at 2700 South Nelson Street and 2701 South Oakland Street, and the approval of a first amendment to the option to purchase. And this is the location of the property outlined in red. It's 2 parcels. It's 2700 South Nelson Street and 2701 South Oakland Street. And as you can see, it's surrounded by other county properties and Jenny Dean Park. And the county entered into this option agreement on June 5th, 2019 with South Oakland Street for the purchase of the property for $3.4 million. The county's exercised the first 2 options out of 3 to extend the term of the option agreement. And some details of the property are listed here. Currently, there are 3 tenants in the building on the property: Inner Ear and Ben and Jerry's, which are currently on a month-to-month basis, and the Arlington Food Assistance Center, whose lease runs at this time until May 30th, 2021. To give the tenants time to relocate, to finish their renovations, which is the AFAC is doing, and or to wind down their businesses, staff has negotiated a first amendment to the option agreement so that after exercising the option to purchase, if the board chooses to do so, closing would then be delayed for a period of time. And it would be delayed through September 30th with no additional charge to the county. And then from October 1st, if it occurs from October 1st through December 31st, there would be a prorated charge of $15,000 a month to the county. And then if it occurs as late as February 15th, 2022, which is the last date, that would give the seller additional time to address any tenant issues. And again, there would be no additional charge to the county from December 31st through February 15th of the following year. The First Amendment also provides that the county would accept the facilities in their current condition at the time of closing, as long as it's free of all equipment, furniture, and personality. County staff has proposed deconstruction of the building because it's not suitable for the proposed cultural affair uses. The interior space is fragmented and not conducive for county needs, and it would be costly to bring the building into code compliance for public use. And as you can see, there is an estimated cost to demolish, design, and construct a new surface and make improvements for the cultural affairs uses. And that amount would be $1,525,000. And so now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Michelle Isabel Stark from AED Cultural Affairs.
Thank you, Ms. Collier.
So good evening, County Board. I'm Michelle Isabel Stark, Director of Cultural Affairs in Arlington Economic Development. So the location of this property is uniquely situated to address recommendations from a number of adopted plans that received extensive community input from a broad and diverse sector of Arlington's population. The 4 Mile Run Valley Plan proposes the vision that the confluence of arts and creative activities will continue to evolve and potentially grow into an arts and industry district for the area, including the property. The Public Spaces Master Plan includes several specific actions related to the need for temporary uses and pop-up programming. Enriching Lives, the Arlington Arts and Culture Strategy, includes the goals of investing in a cultural ecosystem, using arts and culture to facilitate accessible and inclusive opportunities, and establishing public spaces that offer opportunities for appreciating and interacting with arts and culture. And finally, the Community Arts Advisory Committee recommended selling or otherwise disposing of the current mobile stage, with a transition period to accommodate current users of the mobile stage. As an alternative to disposal, the stage could be used to support potential cultural affairs programming on the 2700 South Nelson site. Next slide, please. So this map depicts the suggested orientation of the mobile stage on the site, and you will see it in purple. The stage is about 25 by 20 approximately, and it would fit well within the site itself. Next slide, please. So the Cultural Affairs proposal for 2700 South Nelson is to transform the site using a lighter, quicker, cheaper strategy. Lighter, quicker, cheaper refers to simple, short-term, and low-cost solutions that have impact on the shaping of neighborhoods and cities. The idea is that communities can be created and transformed by making a series of affordable, human-scale, and near-term changes. On the left, you see the Courthouse Pop-Up Plaza that was designed by the urban design team in CPHD with a ground mural, planters, and street furniture. And on the right is a reference photo of a light treatment for an outdoor plaza, which is similar to what we propose at the subject location. Next slide. So I'm going to present some concepts for the site that staff has experience in presenting and that we believe could be successful at this location. The location of the mobile stage within the site creates a truly equitable space to experience the performing arts. All events that we produce will be free to the public, and artists will have an opportunity to experiment in a low-cost, low-risk environment. And you will see on the left is a reference photo of a mobile stage that's really approximately the size of our mobile stage with a similar orientation. And then in the upper right is a photo of Jane Franklin Dance actually performing in the parking lot right outside the 3700 4 Mile Run building. And in the lower right is the Arlington Philharmonic performing at Lubber Run Amphitheater. So we anticipate beginning a pilot program in the fall of 2022, which would be followed by a full season of activity in spring and summer of 2023, of course, subject to availability of budgeted resources. And next slide. So we would also have outdoor markets, and we envision authentic local crafters selling products on a regular schedule throughout the season. Examples would include Made in Arlington vendors, visual and textile artists, and the Grump Alternative Arts and Crafts Show. Next slide. We also would propose showing films. They could be local films, experimental films, and silent films. And given the site location, screening of music documentaries, dance films, and art films related to Metro DC would provide audiences with a unique art experience. Next slide. Finally, it's a wonderful place to do festivals. And in fact, this would allow us to expand on the Valley Fest footprint. So Valley Fest is a festival event launched by New District Brewery in 2017. And this was a response to the community who want to foster the growing 4 Mile Run Valley as an active arts and community hub. The new site created at 27 South Nelson will allow its expansion and could lead to additional programming leading up to the main event. And with that, I will return it to Linda to go over our recommendations.
So the recommendations are to approve the First Amendment to the option agreement between South Oakland Street LLC as seller and the County Board of Arlington County, Virginia as option purchaser to purchase the property. to approve execution and delivery of the option notice notifying South Oakland Street LLC of the county board's election to exercise the option to purchase the property. And lastly, to authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, or his designee, to execute the First Amendment, the option notice, and all related documents, including but not limited to closing related documents, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Collier and Ms. Isabel Stark for the presentation. I know we have, we may have questions and we'll come back to that. Madam Clerk, do you have any public speakers on this item?
Oh, Mr. Chair, could I just interrupt? I know we have one commissioner with us as well to present.
Got it. Thank you. Let's start with a commissioner. I believe it's Ms. Quinana. Is Ms. Quinana there? On behalf, I think, of the Arts Commission. Great. Ms. Quinana.
Okay, thank you, County Board members, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Anika Quinana, and I'm the chair of the Arlington Arts Commissioner of the Arlington Arts Commission, but I was also the chair of the former Community Arts Advocacy Advisory Committee. Sorry, I waited a long time and it's been a long day. Which worked diligently from July to November 2019 during multiple meetings and subcommittee meetings to prepare and present recommendations to the county manager to ensure the equitable distribution and use of arts resources in the county. The county manager had developed and charged this committee after the arts community and advocates were outraged at the proposed budget cuts to critical resources for artists, arts organizations, and the greater community. Our intent was to present recommendations that would not only provide an immediate response by the county manager, but would also provide the county manager with recommendations for the medium and long term. One of them had to do with securing surrounding buildings. So, on behalf of the Community Arts Advisory Committee, we are thrilled to learn about and support the county's desire to purchase 2700 South Nelson Street. While the building is not viable and is proposed to be torn down, we understand that the intention is to use the open space for outdoor arts activities and through a variety of pop-up experiences, and that the mobile stage would be installed in the space. We are excited to learn that the Department of Cultural Affairs has already started to give thought to what initial programming could look like, and that they are excited to engage in that work. We see this as a proof of concept or pilot opportunity toward the further development of the area as an arts and industry district, which, as we all want, should lead to more arts facilities and spaces in the longer term. I must say that just like our committee process was critical, community involvement is critical. And our hope is that the Arts Commission and neighboring civic associations, as well as the broader community, would be deeply involved in related processes at a higher level over time. This is an amazing opportunity to continue to enrich the lives of Arlingtonians through the arts. I want to thank the members of the Community Arts Advisory Committee for their hard work, and of course, the work of other bodies that have helped us to get to this point, as well as the county manager, county staff, and to you, the county board. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Quinana, for your leadership of the commission and your patience with a long evening. And we are very appreciative of your comments. And I will now just check first to see if we have any public speakers on this item. I know, don't go far, Ms. Quinana. I know that several of us will want to speak to this and may have questions, but mostly we also, I think, will want to thank you for your leadership. Are there speakers, Madam Clerk, on this item?
Yes, we have one speaker on this item, Mr. Brian Young.
Mr. Young.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Brian Young. I'm a lifelong Arlington resident and musician. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board and expand on some concerns I mentioned by email yesterday including the historical value of Inner Ear Recording Studio, its towering role in the artistic history and legacy of the county, and its national and international recognition for its contributions to music. I do want to further emphasize that Inner Ear is not just a piece of history. It is a tremendous functioning resource, the kind of cultural infrastructure that forms a vital part of Arlington and the area's musical ecosystem. Constructing high-quality studio space is a costly effort, and developing technical skills related to recording is a multi-generational effort. Inner Ear provides an excellent existing space and hub for both. Home recording has improved, but from direct experience, I know it doesn't compare to the capabilities of a facility like Inner Ear. Without access to good recording spaces and personnel, original artists will struggle to gain recognition and book gigs. There is a knock-on effect on live music, in other words, which would ultimately impact the potential for any live performance space in the area, and for that matter, the county. Many essential public services and systems operate without high visibility or public attention. Likewise, Inner Ear's ongoing role in maintaining and expanding the arts ecosystem in Arlington may not be of the highest profile, but it is vital. I firmly believe Arlington has a wonderful opportunity to maintain this critical piece of cultural infrastructure and incorporate it into an ongoing, laudable vision for arts in the county. Thank you very much for your time and for the opportunities I've already had to discuss these issues with several of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young, for your comments and your email to us. With that, the conversation is now with the board. Open to discussion. I see Mr. Dorsey.
Yeah, I'll just start with our speaker, Mr. Young, and colleagues. Yesterday, I was visited at Open Door Monday by someone else who was interested on behalf of Inner Ear Studio. I've learned a lot about the studio's history in the last week or so. And question for staff, to what extent have we engaged the existing tenants if they have desires to continue operations? Understanding that while it may not necessarily be in that place, we have abundant resources to think about maybe assisting them with making other plans. Can you just give us an update on what those conversations have been?
Is that?
I'm going to ask Michelle Isabel Stark to respond to that, and additional comments maybe from other staff. So Michelle.
Yeah, I can speak to Inner Ear. I spoke with Don Zintera today. He's very well known to our staff, and that Inner Ear is a very much appreciated resource. And of course, he's a very much appreciated icon of the Arlington and indeed the Washington metro music scene. So I believe that Mr. Zantara is interested in being involved in the evolving area, and that leaves, we don't know exactly what that will look like, but he's certainly interested. He is not interested in building a new studio, but he is interested in being involved with the work the Cultural Affairs does and other organizations and artists as well.
Thank you for that. I just encourage the continued ongoing conversation so that we could collaborate, assist however needed. I know that a Washingtonian article has animated some into believing that this was a forced removal. It had never been my understanding that it had taken on that tenor. So I just want to publicly, commend you for the engagement and the encouragement to continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I think it was Mr. Carantonis next.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. I actually wanted to ask about Inner Ear as well, because for a moment, yes, it is a tempo. I mean, there is no question about that. But this is also, I understood that Mr. Zintara was actually, closing the circle of life of Inner Ear. So I wanted to ask what could be next and what would be there. Nevertheless, the concept as produced and presented by Ms. Collier and Ms. Stark is to me very attractive. I'm literally energized and excited to see that. It's a fantastic revitalization effort. It will produce a lot of new energy in this place, and I believe that this is a fantastic place to do a lot of things. My question is, what other synergies and other collaborations with local organizations, with arts groups, will be pursued so that this remains that this remains a really vibrant program offering in this place.
I was going to ask either Michelle or perhaps Telly Tucker. Maybe we'll have Telly talk a little bit about that. Telly?
Mr. Tucker?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Mr. Carantonis, if you could I missed the last part of your question, if you wouldn't mind repeating that for me.
So because the reason I'm asking is what other organizations will be involved? Who else would be our partners in maintaining this space program and going? Because cultural affairs has been always good in engaging partners and lighting up synergies in order to get programs going.
Sure. So I think I would also invite Michelle Isabel Stark to add anything that I missed. But consistent with the programming that Cultural Affairs offers annually, we would seek to utilize partners from the Arlington community. We have many partners that are in seek of pop-up or outdoor performing spaces for numerous art forms, and we would certainly welcome those artists to work with us on utilizing this space. But I would invite, I believe, Michelle Isabel Stark and her team to comment further on the types of partners that they envision using this space as well, in addition to the programming that they would plan as part of their annual work plan.
Sure, I'll just say, yes, we plan on having a day that would be available to the community for their own programming. And what that would look like, again, involves some planning, and we need to understand what the resources would be that are available. But all the work we do in cultural affairs is done with partners. We don't do anything alone by ourselves. So we look forward to working with our grantees and individual artists, with schools. We have worked with our school community and some of the artists, the budding artists there. So I think there are a lot of opportunities for many different types of arts, whether it be dance, theater, music, spoken word, poetry. There are just so many opportunities that, as I said, we haven't really developed a plan. This is a conceptual idea, but of course the community is going to have a big role in this.
Yeah. And the stage, it's a historic asset.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis and Ms. Isabel Stark. I see Ms. Crystal's hand.
Yeah, so I wanted to, and it's sort of a similar but slightly different flavor of that line of questioning. Ms. Quinana had mentioned the interest of certainly the Arts Commission, arts grants recipients like the ones Ms. Isabel Stark mentioned, but also the surrounding civic associations to be involved in planning and programming. So I wondered, if it would be possible, or at a high level anyway, to just get some reaction to the idea of doing something like an open house, where Cultural Affairs talks about the types of programming it's brought to Arlington County's different venues in the past, maybe shares thoughts about what could happen programming here, and just gets a sense from the neighbors, as well as some of our art stakeholders, about what they'd love to see, whether it's thematic or types of events, etc.
Sure. Actually, and I had brought up our urban design team earlier, when they had a great example of some public engagement activities that have been done with communities to find out what types of programs they might like along different dimensions. So I think there are a number of engagement tools that we can use with the community, with the civic associations and others, to figure out exactly what kind of events they might like to see. And there could be I'm sure there are things that I can't think of or haven't thought of. And it'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. I think that what's really interesting for us as arts administrators and programmers is that because it's low cost, I mean, not the building itself, but the space and programming the space, it really does allow for a lot of experimentation. So I'm really excited about what could happen there because I don't know. And I think it'll be fun to explore.
Great. Okay, thanks. I'm excited about that opportunity too. Just a couple of sort of high level thoughts anyway about this issue of inner ear. And Ms. Isabel Stark, I'm so glad to hear that you've been in touch with the owner and that he's interested in continuing a role, whether it looks like a role for him as an individual, a role for the history here. This may do nothing other than just reveal how little I know about the difference of sort of spoken production and music production, but I am wondering, as we've talked a lot during this budget process actually about the future of Arlington independent media and the roles that its studios play as a community amplifier. And so, as Mr. Young talked about the need for sort of affordable recording studio space, if I'm not way off the mark and haven't insulted everyone who's ever recorded radio or music or both by implying that the same type of recording could be done in the same studio, I wonder if there is a potential partnership to explore there.
There definitely is a potential partnership. There's actually, there are a lot of community media programs around the country that have done similar types of programming that you're speaking of. So it's not anything new. And again, it's the potential is there. And I would personally love to see something like that occur. So I think there are synergies there. There could be a collaboration there. I know Mr. Zantara as he said to me, he doesn't know what will happen next, but he is also excited about exploration. So could be, I think it'll be really interesting. I think it will be forward-looking and exciting.
That's great. Okay, so my last thought too, and no need to react to this in real time, but as we're thinking about CPHD partners, everyone should forgive me because those of us, myself included, who listened to the Foo Fighters in college are going to wince when I say this, but our historic preservation program has proven to actually be pretty good at helping us kind of commemorate spaces, right? Whether it's the Clarendon War Memorial or others. And so I am picturing, I know there's been a fabulous documentary about Inner Ear Studio. I'm picturing whether it's signage, a way to work that into programming. I think they could be other great partners in telling the story of how this is not just a found art space for 2022 and beyond, but has been the home of some internationally recognized art over time. So with due respect for implying that I think the Foo Fighters are ancient history, I do think there is a way to think about, not at all what I mean. I do think that there is a way to think about kind of honoring and paying some homage, through physical plaques or programming too. So I'm so excited about this. Yeah. Oh, please go ahead.
No, I totally agree. Actually, Josh Stolzbus and I have talked about it. And, Cynthia Connolly, who's our special projects curator, has a long relationship with that studio. Some of her photos are actually lining the walls. So there's a lot of synergies that we already have staff-wise. And I think with the community, it could really be something really phenomenal. And as Mr. Young said, it's Inner Ear has almost been a secret gem of Arlington. So in a way, I think this will give us an opportunity to really bring it out externally and kind of expose it to the rest of the community if they didn't know about it before.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much. That's it for my questions. I'll be ready with a motion, Mr. Chair, when you are.
Okay, we'll go to Ms. Garvey and then come back. Ms. Garvey.
I'll just be quick. I really enjoyed listening to the whole conversation, the back and forth, and hearing everybody's excitement. It's wonderful that it's really a partnership, and I think everybody's of goodwill. Everybody's excited. Everybody wants to do something here, and there are a lot of people with talent, and that's kind of all you need, plus a space that isn't costing a whole lot of money. So I think that's just great, and I'm pleased to support whatever motion Ms. Crystal cares to make.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Back to you, Ms. Crystal.
Okay, fantastic. So the motion, as Ms. Collier previewed for us, is in 3 parts. It's first that we approve the first amendment to an option agreement between the South Oakland Street LLC and us, the County Board of Arlington, as the option purchaser to purchase the property and the improvements with it, known as 2700 South Nelson Street, that we further approve execution and delivery of the option notice, which notifies South Oakland LLC of our election to exercise the option to purchase the property at 2700 South Nelson Street. And finally, that we authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, or their designees to execute the First Amendment, the option notice, and all related documents, including but not limited to closing related documents, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Did you want to speak to your motion, Ms. Crystal?
Just, I think there is so much potential here, and I'm very excited at the community processes that got us here, whether it is the 4 Mile Run Valley Working Group, whether it is the CAAC, whether it was the technical advisory panel to the idea of an arts and industry district. This is, if it weren't for their work, I know that I wouldn't feel comfortable moving forward on a land acquisition decision, but because this is so anchored in the adopted plans that those groups have created for us, I feel really confident that this is something aligned with our community's goals as documented over the past 5 years at this point for this segment of the community. I was just exchanging messages the other day with a member of our then CAAC who happened to represent the Animal Welfare League, just envisioning this being a spot where people can bring family 4-legged or 2-legged, and a place for the arts to do what the arts do best, which is generate community and bring us together. I am genuinely really excited to see where this goes.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Since I didn't get to ask any questions, I did want to just share really quick thoughts. First, thank you for mentioning the plans, pre-existing plans. Ms. Crystal, Ms. Quinana, thank you for emphasizing the need to engage fully with the civic associations in the community. I will say I was actually physically in this space today by happenstance. I was volunteering for AFAC, and they're using the space currently, and that just seems seems like a great opportunity. And then last, I would just like to say, as you were doing the presentation, Ms. Isabel Stark, I was reminded of how much we are all looking forward to being together, and this space will be a great place to do that. So with that, I'm happy to support the motion. Don't see other hands. Colleagues, last call, and I think we'll go ahead and ask for the votes. We'll start with Ms. Crystal.
Hi.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. The motion is approved, and we will move forward with the 3 parts as identified. Madam Clerk, I believe there is one more new item to come before the board.
Yes, that is correct. I believe you have a motion to read, Mr. Chair.
I do. Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a follow-on to our earlier identified closed session topic. I move that the county board authorize the county attorney to enter into a non-disclosure agreement with Hilliard Heinz LLC relating to personnel and other confidential records. Is there a second?
Second.
So we've got a motion and a second. I see Mr. McIsaac has appeared. I don't know if there's discussion with respect to this item. It is concerning confidential matters. Mr. McIsaac, did you want to add anything, or colleagues, did you have questions? Mr. McIsaac.
No, I actually do not, Mr. Chairman. As we have discussed before, this will facilitate some of the work that Hilliard Heinz is doing related to the police practices group, and I would encourage you authorizing me to enter into this agreement.
Great, thank you for that context, briefly said at the appropriate level of detail. So we'll go ahead and ask for the votes. We'll start with Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. The motion passes 5-0. Mr. McIsaac, you now have that authorization. Madam Clerk, is there any other items to come before the board?
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank goodness, I think we all might say. So we now have a budget. We've worked through our agenda today, and with that, colleagues, we're adjourned.